And welcome back to Icewindale, Rime of the Frostmaiden. Last session, the Icewind Trekkers were traveling from Targos after finishing off their dirty business, the likes of which was quite bloody. A all-out brawl inside the Luskan Arms took place, and God, did it take a long time to bring down the brother known as Lusk. But finally, 607 has some semblance of revenge, though it's still the questions of who else is working here, who else is potentially underneath the thumb of the family. It seems they have influence in many locations, many fingers and many pies, we'll say. Out of everyone, you began to find the logs, seemingly detailing who they could trust, who they couldn't, and with that information, you kind of began to worm out who perhaps was guilty and not. And you spared one particular Kenku known as Tap Tap, and they seem to be a messenger, a sort of informant, if you will, down by the depot. Uh, Also, whilst in the depot, you outfitted yourself with a few pieces of gear, found some flasks of anti-venom, alchemy fire, I believe, and just some other general pieces of adventuring gear. I've tallied up all your gear and gold that you got after basically slaughtering the rest of the family members, and it tallies up to about 60 gold each, which I've added to your sheets. And Gareth was, turns out, one of the was on your side, a sort of double agent, if you will, working with the Harpers, and he was the one who shot dead the speaker of this town. And in their place, you have elected to put Ma, which is the friendly older lady who treats everyone as if they're her grandchild in Targos. Um, but yeah, after setting things up and heading on your way, you had one last drop off in Bremen. A and a visit to Danica Greysteel as well. You met with Tali, and you mentioned to Tali that there was a shrine to Sylvanus that you had discovered. She seemed overjoyed about this, an exciting discovery that she herself wanted to see for her own eyes. And so she's gathered up some supplies and head out to the location you gave her. And she also gave you a scroll of Pass Without Trace for as a thank you for such information. So she's going to investigate that shrine, see if there's any further leads with that. Uh, However, upon visiting the house of Hades, you realized very quickly something was not right with Danica Greysteel. Ever since she performed this ritual to bring back Barritomus, it seems the bones of that white dragon that were used as part of the reagents and the components have somehow left a lasting effect, and she is under some sort of fever, like a cold sweat as well, experiencing all kinds of horrible side effects, maddening whispers and freezing cold temperatures, and nothing the other clerics here have done have basically warded it off. However, with her own powers of divination, she has seen something, a vision way beyond the comforts of the Ten Towns, far out to the western tundras and near the shore of the Sea of Moving Ice. There she sees some sort of salvation amongst treasures uncountable. There is an image in her head of an archer, and she has told you, Hulla, to bring this back to her. Only then can she find peace. So you guys have set up, set out, and just as you were about to head all the way out, I believe Eve mentioned that she also knows of a place of great power and potentially treasures that will help you in this endeavor. A location known as Yarmut. It is a birthright to the Goliaths, and only she knows the location, and she hasn't been she hasn't told you the location because she believes this might be kind of encroaching on a promise she made to the Sky Tower, and that was to basically keep this location hidden. It is, after all, an ancestral location that only Goliaths are really supposed to know about. But she's going to go out, scout it out, find it, and then try and get permission from the rest of her tribe to let you guys explore it. So that's what she's doing. She's going to be gone for a while trying to find this location. But yeah, you guys. Yep.
Since I'm a member of both tribes, would I be allowed to know it? Would she be allowed to tell me the secret, or at least where she's going, so we can go rescue her if she doesn't come back? I mean, I did pass both tests to become members.
She says that this is going to be somewhere in the southwest. Probably. Well, if I bring up the map, I'll show you.
Didn't she say something about needing permission herself before? Like she's just going to scout it first, then get permission from a tribe.
Yeah, she herself doesn't know the location exactly. If you look in the southwest, she said that she's going to be following the Shangan River. And that's where she kind of believes the location is. But she herself doesn't know exactly where it is. She's never seen it with her own eyes. I hope that answers your question there, Brandee.
We'll wish her well and tell her, you know, that we're here if she needs us.
All right. With that, then, you guys are able to set off whenever you really wish. There's no, like, I don't know. There's nothing holding you back at this point.
Well, how many rations do we have before we leave?
That's a good question.
I have 0.
We may want to just take the cauldron with us. Or
we don't have the cauldron.
We actually sold it. Damn it.
We don't have the cauldron.
Yeah.
No, we never got it back.
I thought no, we found it in the basement, didn't we?
Yeah, we found it.
Oh, we did. Oh, we did. Oh, we did get the cauldron. Sorry. Okay.
We haven't sold. If we haven't sold it, we should take it with us.
We did not sell it yet. We were going to take it to East Haven to sell it.
But that's a long way.
Trip and.
Yeah.
We have to go back to East Haven or leave it here or something.
I mean, we've got the sled.
Faith always offers to take it for you.
Yeah, we're not letting that cauldron out of our sight without money first.
Yeah, we've got the sled and we've got stuff to cover it, so it should be fine. We've got enough axe beaks to be able to pull a sledge with a cauldron on.
Yep, and 607 is right. We don't let that thing is too valuable, and we fought hard for it. So,
yeah,
we fought hard for it twice.
Twice. Yeah.
Yep. With no payoff.
Yep. Yeah, Faith says that's pretty understandable. No worries.
Yep.
As much as we trust Faith.
Oh. Do we need to get a second sled just in case somebody needs to be drug along? You know, we've had the problem in the past of having to carry somebody.
Do we not have 2 sleds? I thought we had 2. Do we have 2? Okay.
I thought we only had 1 sled.
I can't remember.
So
I think we only have 1 sled.
We do have
officially
one sled officially.
Yeah. Yes, if I remember correctly, the cauldron is huge.
Yeah, it'll fit on one sled, but that's
Right.
pretty much it.
I mean,
And
if it's that big, someone could sleep in the cauldron.
Well, and if we're going to bring treasure back,
that's true.
We might want to have a second sled.
An interesting question, though. If someone sleeps in the sled, do they become stew? Because we put water in the sled and it became stew.
It's a good question, but getting a second sled sounds like a good idea.
Do you want to test getting into the sled and into the cauldron and see what happens?
Not particularly.
No, thank you.
But I mean, if you start going all Icebeard again, we can chuck you in.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, technically, with the way my patron would I be able to become a means of infinite stew?
No, it just works with water.
I mean,
we don't know that.
I mean, it kind of raises the point, like if a druid changes into a cow, can you just cut the cow's leg off and then they'll turn back and then got like infinite meat?
I think the leg poofs as well when a druid. Tally?
What if you eat it first?
Remove the leg. Well, druid
Tally has heard where this conversation is going and has already left the building on her way to Goodmead. Sorry.
Before she leaves, I just need a quick conversation with her regarding.
Oh, okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. No, we will say that you definitely had that conversation whilst the rest of the party were in the House of Hades.
Okay,
also,
perfect.
I'd like to just ask about time because we did the whole Targos thing, and then we came to Bremen. Like, what time is it now?
From traveling
to, like,
from
what we did in
Targos to Bremen was a couple of hours.
Yeah, but did we do stuff before we left? I can't remember. Did we sleep and then rest? And just because I have 2 exhaustion, I don't know whether it's.
You had a long rest, yeah.
Did we?
You got absolutely hammered in the fight. Multiple snakes dropped you and then dropped you again. It was rough.
Okay.
But I mean, you could stay another night here, but Hulla seemed well.
If everyone else is looking okay, I'm happy to go ahead with 2 exhaustion.
We're gonna have to rest on the way anyway, probably. So, and we've got the insulated tent and the shelter, so there should be enough room for.
All right, I just wasn't sure where everyone else was looking at in terms of that.
If you need to stay another night, if you want to stay another night, like in the town, maybe we can afford to do that, just so you get rid of, you can rest up a little bit.
I can rest on the way there if we've got the tent.
I mean, I do want to get going right away, but it's not like, we have to worry about ourselves too,
If everyone's happy to
go.
How
urgent is your timeline?
Yeah.
Well, this is the next errand that we have to go on, or that I have to go on anyway. Again, you don't have to come with me. But she's pretty sick. She's delusional. She's, I don't know. Whatever that white bone did to her was pretty bad, and by the sounds of it, she's been bad for a while. I don't think she's dying in the next couple of days, but we don't have a lot of time. But I don't want you to die on the way, though.
I won't die. I'm just
It'll take us a while to get there anyway.
Yeah, as I said, I'm sure if it's a couple of days travel anywhere, and I sleep in the tent along the way, then I mean, what sort of tent is it? Is it like a 2-man tent,
We've got a 2-man tent and a 5-man tent. The 5-man tent's better for the cold.
So multiple of us can rest anywhere. We
don't
have to sleep can't just go through overnight and overnight. So
Yeah.
all right.
We
That's
probably
fine.
want to attempt to set up some sort of fire for the axe beaks, though, to keep them warm during the night and potentially scare away any predators.
Here's the real catch. The weather. Oh, you're in luck. The heavy snowfall that has been present on your travels to Bremen has seemingly dissipated, and it's just become like a lighter dusting of snow now.
Yeah, well, that seems a good temperature to head out as.
So the shops sell a 5-man tent. Do the stables sell a 5 axe beak tent?
No.
Oh.
Well, I definitely think we need to buy another sled. Because if anybody is too exhausted to go forward, we can always bundle them up with bits. Bits generates enough heat for like 16 dogs, I think, some nights. And put them on the sled. So I think that needs to be the first thing that we do is can buy a sled. I'm willing to kick in whatever's necessary. I just want to make sure that we can get there safely and get back safely.
Yeah.
Having another whoever mentioned it, having another sled just in case we need to pull someone.
Mm-hmm.
It's happened before, and seems like planning for that is a good.
So
good...
we definitely need to do that. And does anybody else have any business that they need in town? I mean, because if we've got other business, does anybody need to go to the smithy to get their weapons repaired or sharpened or look for something different? Or does anybody need to consult a library or anything else like that before we head out?
You're right. I do. And I go to the town notice board and place a poster on of corpse meat. So I can add it.
Okay.
I've got a list, and it's called Spread the Word. It's a quest that I have imposed upon myself. So I can add Bremen to the list.
All right.
But that's it for me.
Okay, perfect.
And
however, I may have to tinker and come up with a tent just for beaks. It seems like something that you'd think they would have come up with in Icewindale, but apparently not.
Could we get like a 5-man tent and sort of use that as a base and kind of work from there? Maybe get 2 5-man tents and kind of stitch them together to be big enough for the
that would be. 5-man tent is for 5 medium creatures, and axe beak's a large creature, so.
Right. So if we get 2 and stack them on top of each other.
Be for 5 axe beaks possibly, but that would set us back 400 gold.
Ooh, that's a lot.
Yeah.
When we were traveling once, we met this wizard, and he could do the coolest thing ever. And he cast the spell, and suddenly this little hut appeared. And it was the most amazing magic I had seen. And I was like 10 at the time. And I wish we had that wizard with us, because he could make his little hut, and it was like a little building. It wasn't even a tent.
Did the wizard have a name?
Oh, I don't remember. I was just a kid. But Ayala and I climbed on the roof of it and sat on the roof of this little hut, watching. We were up there and could see so far around us. So we were in the Dales when this happened, and we'd just come out of the forest, and it was just. Anyway, I'm sorry. I just was thinking it would be so nice to have that wizard in a hut if we were traveling.
Yeah, that would be really cool. Oh. Maybe that's something I need to ask my patron. Can they help me make a hut? This is me just speaking out loud. Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
And
I'll tell you what. There's something though. I guess if you're still having this conversation whilst within the Church of Hades, then a couple of the acolytes do mention to you, Hulla, that should you struggle with the wilderness and the freezing cold, you may recall a scripture that helps you prepare a spell known as Lesser Restoration. It will ward off some meager exhaustion, but not if they're too far gone. Mechanically, you can get rid of the first level of exhaustion with Lesser Restoration, but not 2 levels. So,
okay.
If someone was on 2, they would need to have a rest, and then you could get rid of it the next day fully.
And I can only use that when the person is at 1. Like I can't use it when he's at 2 to get him down to 1.
Exactly right.
Okay. All right.
So, out of interest, on a scale of 1 to 10, how is everyone feeling?
Oh, I'm for 1, so I'm tip top. I've got no exhaustion.
What's good?
Is it coming with us?
Is 10 good or is 10 bad?
10 is bad.
10's bad.
Faith is good to go. She is.
Am I the only one that's exhausted?
And I'll tell you what.
I'm
just
physically I'm okay.
While you're here, Faith will actually take heed of these scriptures that the House of Hades offers, and she will prepare Lesser Restoration.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Cool. Is Faith coming with us, or is she going on her own?
If we spend the night here, can you cast Lesser Restoration in the morning, so Barry starts out at 0 tomorrow?
I can do that. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Maybe that's the answer. We spend the night.
Are you sure, guys? I don't want to lessen our amount of time. I would feel so bad if we came back and we missed.
I mean, the weather at the moment is ideal. We don't know what the weather will be like tomorrow. As we've said,
We don't know what the weather will be like in 2 hours. Come on, guys. We've left in beautiful weather before, only to have it turn into a blizzard.
I'll tell you what. Those who do want to determine the weather can give me survival checks.
Is Faith coming with us, by the way?
Yes, always.
Oh, then we don't have to worry. 19. We can rest on the way and investigation.
You be able to get a rest? Yes. No, not investigation. Just oh my lord, everyone's rolling. Well, it looks like Wealgeist is right. As they're looking out over the horizon and judging the weather for themselves, you can't see any nasty clouds coming in for at least another 11 hours. So 11 hours of light snow, pretty good. In fact, really good. If anything, that's 1 away from having 12, right? And 12 is the max I can roll. So 11 is like one of the longest stints of consistent weather that you can actually luck out on. The other thing is you would also know that it's probably going to take more than 11 hours to reach the destination. Not too much more, but eventually it will turn.
Based on Geist says that basically.
Okay, then let's just buy our sled and go. If Barry's willing to take the chance, let's do that.
Again, I would feel terrible if we didn't save her because we ran out of time and we could have just set off.
Okay, then I'm going to hand I guess Geist 20 gold. You've got the sled on your sheet, right?
It's its own separate sheet, the sled. But do we want to get the sled and maybe like 2 days worth of campfire wood if we can?
Yeah.
How much is wood?
So according to the utility items table, it's 2 gold for a day for enough to start a small campfire.
However,
However, we
the
probably need to
situation going
go.
on in Lonelywood.
It's probably twice as much, if not more.
It is. It's ridiculous. At the moment, I'm going to say it's probably about 10 gold, which is an egregious amount of gold for firewood. However, the shopkeep here tells you that, yeah, we haven't got a shipment of wood. We're literally down to the very last logs. And in fact, I don't even know if I should be selling this to you because I can't burn gold to keep myself warm. Like,
why don't we just go back to the?
precious it
Why
is.
don't we just go back to the Luskin Inn and take some tables apart and use that? It's free. I'm not paying. I'm not paying 10 gold for wood.
No, that's
ridiculous.
actually that's not a bad shout, to be honest.
Jesus.
Okay, well, who's going to put the second sled on their sheet?
I guess we'll just make it its own separate sheet like we have the first one.
Okay, all right, then I'm going to deduct 20 from my pouch. And
how much is a sled? Is it? Because I know a dog sled is 20, but I don't know if what we're getting is a dog sled.
Yeah, so, it's all the same, really.
Okay, so 20 gold. So
the same.
I'll go get the sled, and I guess we'll go to the inn and get some wood.
Well, which inn?
The Luskin Arms.
You're in Bremen.
Oh, we're in Bremen. Yeah, we'd have to go all the way back to Targos, and that'd be a time waste.
Let's just pick somewhere in Bremen. There's plenty of these empty little houses here.
I mean, on top of that,
some beat up boats by the shore or something. Like, just take something.
On top of that, we had a depot full of crates that we took items out of, and we didn't think to destroy the crates for wood.
Apparently not.
Oh,
well, we didn't think we were going to be traveling into the tundra.
No, true.
You haven't been out this far from 10 towns. You've been able to get from one town to another within a day, but you might have to bite the bullet and pay up in this instance, unless
let's go smash some boats
first.
Let's go smash some boats.
I mean,
nobody's using them. These towns are abandoned.
I'm gonna ask the question. I'm gonna ask the question of the church. Considering we're going to go and do this thing to save your head priestess, can we take some of the pews apart? Because those are made of wood, and they kind of look a bit wrecked anyway.
Can we not? Can we not burn the sacred wood that's like been consecrated and stuff? Can we just?
Has it been consecrated?
Holy wood.
What's the altar made of? Is the altar made of wood?
The whole building is consecrated. That's why it's a temple.
I mean, the building and the places, but I don't know if the specific pews are.
Iced.
Why don't we just go where there's abandoned wood that people aren't using?
I agree.
I mean, people aren't using the pews.
Like, I mean, if you guys want to desecrate a temple, I'm up for desecrating a temple. If you guys want to do that, I'm all about that fun.
No, I put my foot down. We're not desecrating a temple.
Come on.
Honestly, I wasn't even.
Now we can't desecrate a temple.
I wasn't going to desecrate. I was asking permission, like from the actual people
I'm
in the
saying
temple.
no.
I know.
No,
and
please.
I get that.
I have a personal investment in that place.
If I could pee, I mean.
You'd what? Tell me. No, I don't want to know.
No. Okay. That's a no. Right? We're wasting daylight. We're wasting good weather. If we've got the sled, let's go.
No, we've got our second sled. So I don't know if you want to create a sheet for that.
You're absolutely right in that you do need enough wood for a campfire, though. Because have you got some already? Have you got some, or are you just trying to get extra supplies?
I don't think we have any campfire wood currently.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
What about Ashanti? Have you got something?
No. I'm just going to give the guy 10 gold for firewood.
Okay.
There.
You got it.
Okay.
Yep.
Jeez, you got ripped off. We could have had some pews, some holy fire. Oh, that would be great.
Whoops, wait. I'm sorry. Chris, I typed 10 instead of subtracting 10. There.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you got it now. Well, look, until that situation in Lonelywood is sorted, this wood is like gold dust.
So
You
why
want
don't
to
we go to
head over
Lonelywood
there?
first?
Because
Some travel.
Yep.
I think we've been over this. We've been going in circles. Poor Danica is coughing as you guys exit out of the Church of Hades. You still hear her like,
She's
We
fine.
have all this argument within her earshot. Of course we do.
yeah, bring back the archer. But the acolytes see you out, and
Yeah.
you may begin your journey across the dale.
As we're
Now.
traveling, I'm just like, the amount of times you guys said pews, I realized pew pew almost sounds like similar in terms of like zip zap. I could have gone with pew pew. That would have been a good spell name.
Zip Zap's got
some
pizzazz to it though.
Zip Zap is more whimsical. You're too whimsical for Pew Pew.
It's a good question. Is Bits coming with?
I mean, if Bits dies, we can just eat Bits, and that's more food for you guys. There.
Holy
Okay.
God. Oh my God.
No. It's his friend.
Use the bones to make some broth or something.
607. I love you. Stop teasing me. You're making me mad.
Yeah, but he's not that big of a creature. It would only last a bit.
Yeah, like some jerky or something.
Haha, very fun.
Look, we that's why we're bringing the cauldron for, right? Warm meals, pre-cooked stew. This is all a good thing.
I mean, to be fair, if 607 ever dies, we can use him like a frying pan.
Oh, we will.
Or like a barbecue. We just.
I was thinking we could make him into
real
armor.
Gold, 607? What are you made out of? Titanium?
Real gold.
Is this valuable?
Less valuable than wood, apparently.
But yeah, we could cook food inside 607, probably. If you die, I mean.
I do have some special things my chassis has been made out of since I redid my chest area, I think, with some new metal thing that we found. So.
Or I could turn him into a really cool shield.
Well, it's as you're having this conversation that you begin exiting out of Bremen, and the small little civilization becomes but a blip on the horizon behind you. Now, trying to make you good of the day, the light on the horizon is barely visible during a few hours of the day. So that's probably the best time to be
turn
traveling.
my lantern on. Once it gets too dark, I'm gonna turn my lantern on, or else I'm blind, right? So.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll also turn mine on.
Perfect. Okay, perfect. So yeah, until then, you guys are just using your lanterns. Now, is there anyone who? Let's have a look. 5, 10.
Oh.
Is there anyone who doesn't have plus 15 to their cold weather protection? To their frost save?
I think we all have that, don't we?
I'm at plus 20.
Where do I check that? Is that it? Would I have to go through inventory?
So should be on your attributes, I think.
It should be your first resource.
Oh yeah, 15.
So the resources are located just if you're on your attributes page, you'll see it's the first resource above your inventory.
Oh yeah, frost check. Okay, 15. 15 out of 15.
Wow.
Right.
Okay.
So I see +3, +15, +2.
Yeah, you've got plus 15 as well. That's incredible. That's the highest I've ever seen a frost save. 40. That is insanely
Who's got 40?
Ashanti. We just rolled a 40.
Wow.
The reason I ask that is because I don't need to ask you to make frost saves every single hour during this journey. 11 hours would be 11 frost saves. You see why it is so important to get frost gear before you head out of 10 towns proper. Thankfully, the weather is absolutely on your side. You've picked a good time to go. So the DC increases by 5 the further out you get from Icewindale. And so at the moment, it'd be like effectively like a DC 15. So when normally it's like a DC 10 if you're just going in light snow. However, during the night, it does go up to another +5 to like DC 20. But we'll see if you have to travel during night. For now, though, it is steady pace. The axe beaks make quick work of this journey as well. I should have recalled that you were on axe beaks before calculating the distance, because I believe 20 miles is going to feel like 10 miles. Barry?
I just want to ask, are we going straight to the Dark Duchess, or are we hitting the X on the spot on the map that we found? Because it's.
I think the
like,
Dark Duchess is more important.
And there? Or are we going?
But we could go.
And then there and back. Which
way?
What's up here? What's this one?
That's the Frost Giants thing. That was the X on the mark.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we hit the Duchess first, get that done, and then do this?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because it would depend on how much, depending on how long it takes us to get what we need from the Dark Duchess, because we're on a bit of a time constraint. If we do that quickly, we've got time to nip to the other one, but...
Yeah.
If the other one is just checking it out to see what we can see, then yeah, I say we do that second. It'll be easy enough to find once we're at the coast.
Just hug the shore. Get to the Dark Duchess and then hug the shore on the way back. And then we can head back to Bremen, take this, and then head up and finally do Lonelywood, Tourmaline, and everything up there.
No worries.
Yeah, you could in fact go that way instead.
Just wanted.
Like that. But yeah, okay, perfect. So you have your heading. Now, this is hours and hours worth of travel. But yeah, like I mentioned, axe beaks are making it quick work. Their widespread talons press across the snow, like acting like snowshoes. And there's a lot of flat tundra between here and there. Though there are some snowdrifts and mounds that you have to climb over, occasionally craggy, rocky areas. For the most part, they're kind of just sifting over the snow and, making this travel much more bearable. Now, on your journey, in the distance, when it's about, I'll just double check. Yeah, I rolled a 4, didn't I? So there is dim light on the horizon. So it makes visibility quite clear during these couple of hours. And on the horizon, you actually notice there is a pack of moving figures. It's quite a large herd by the looks. You can see antlers, tiny little horns that are just poking up over cresting the hills and then kind of ducking back down again. And they're probably couple 100 yards out from you guys, but you notice them and they are moving as like a big herd. Did anyone want to do anything as you're seeing this?
I'm just going to take a moment to watch them, because it's nice to see living things in this place.
We could kill them, and there's more food.
Do any of them observing them look like there'd be like a lame one at the back sort of thing? Like, that probably won't survive anyway.
Kill the lame one.
We don't need to kill them. We've got the cauldron. Remember this thing that we're lugging around?
Oh yeah.
Maybe it's just nice to let beautiful things be.
Yeah, are there humans with them? Are they being herded?
I forgot we had the cauldron for food.
No, you didn't.
I suspect this is one of the natural herds that my people follow across the wilderness as part of. Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some of my people on the way. They normally
kill them. Hey, if we see your chief guy, we can kill him, right?
Yes.
He's up for grabs. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So, those who want a little bit more information, or by getting closer, you can make a perception check.
I'd like.
So I guess Ashanti and it sounded like Wealgeist as well wanted to get closer and have a look. So
yeah,
I'm happy staying back. They can get rammed or gored or whatever it is.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, as it happens, yes, there are humans with them. When you get closer, because they were just cresting the hill and you saw these antlers, it did in fact just look like they were a herd of perhaps reindeer. But now, as you guys get closer, within maybe 50 yards now, 100, 50 to 100 ish, you are seeing they are in fact the humans. They are walking on two legs and they are standing upright. These are wearing large antlers on their shoulder pads and on their heads. They're like headdresses. These are finely clothed, decked out uh, scouts and warriors. You can see weapons adorning their backs, not drawn, but they seem to be moving quite swiftly and at a much faster pace than you would imagine normal travel on foot. They're like trying to basically like plow through the snow as they're moving in their heavy, thick furs. And yes, you would
Geist?
recognize them, Wealgeist.
Are these your
that?
friends?
So, looking at it, would I say Tribe of the Elk?
You would absolutely recognize them as the Reged Tribe of the Elk. Here, you have a piece of their art. On the left, this is what you see, them.
Yeah.
Tribe.
There's a tiger tribe?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, there is.
Are these
the far north for tigers?
Are these good people, or do we need to?
Well.
Do we have to fight them?
I mean, you probably, Ashanti, you probably at least know one of their tribe members, because you know of Wolfgar, right?
I don't know.
One of one of the companions of the Hall.
Ah, okay. I mean, I know of him. I don't know him.
Yes, well, this is his tribe, or the tribe that he belonged to. I'm not sure if he still does. He was technically their king, I think.
Okay.
But they can be decent, but with how desperate everyone's got, it's hard to judge. If they were my tribe, I'd say we stay away unless it's like my tribe chieftain. Then, you know, but...
And I want to mention their direction as well. They are heading directly east from you. Well, just directly east. So they go. If you're going west, they're basically coming towards you effectively, but they're not in your path necessarily.
No, they're just. It's like we're two people on a road, like passing, and they.
Yeah, but if from their direction, they're not heading, because you've been heading slightly north as well. You can tell by their heading, they're not directly going to Bremen, but rather more like the lake, the northwestern side of the lake.
Right. Geist is just gonna observe them for a little bit.
Okay.
See what they're doing, but
observing them for a few minutes longer as they continue to push through the snow at a swift pace. Some of them do have spears drawn out, and ones near the back seem to be occasionally looking over their shoulders, as you would imagine scouts and the back to be doing, the rear guard. But they're not just looking directly out of the tundra. They seem to be craning their necks and looking up into the sky. They are keeping their eyes on the skies.
Oh, this is not good. Something's going to come out of the sky at us.
Well,
the giant owl bird thing?
The giant owl or the giant rock thing possibly. Is it worth us? Oh, I'm probably going to regret this, but Geist is going to call out them. What's a good start? Hey there, how goes the hunt?
You immediately hear a voice from your northwest as a figure appears up on the rock right next to you.
Holy. Hi.
And yeah, they just almost like emerge out of the snow, and they say, "How goes the hunt yourself?"
Not bad, not bad. I saw your people looking towards the sky, just wondering if there are any dangers we should be aware of. Or
they eye you warily for a moment. Clearly, they did spot you before you spotted them.
Yeah.
And they sent a scout over here, but non-hostile by the looks.
Yeah.
607, you wanted to do something real quick?
I have 2 tokens, I think, near me, and I can't do anything with either one of them. I'm trying to turn my lantern on, but I can't select my token.
Oh, that's okay. This scene is pretty well lit anyway, for the most part. But I don't know why you've got 2 tokens here. It should be just the one.
Well, there's the one, and there's one that's sort of blank, but it's still reading as 607, right beside where Bits is.
That's because I was moving you as you got moved. It'll fix itself in a minute, but for now, this is everything as dim light at the moment, so you should be able to see the full scene.
Okay.
The hunter looks over past you, the rest of your companions, and you spot them at this point as well. And they look back and they say, "There is indeed something up there. She has claimed these lands as her hunting grounds."
Who's she? I'm doing my big dumb orc impression.
The great white worm, of course.
The ancient one?
Yes, the ancient one. They were spotted some dozen miles west, and well, we were hunting we were following an elk herd, as we often do. We follow their grazing patterns, and well, the beating of wings, then the trembling of breath, froze the entire herd solid. A massacre in the blink of an eye. The rest of us, we hid, stayed silent. We were some distance from the herd, and perhaps would not notice.
Herd look good now.
Well, thank you for the information. We'll keep an eye out for it, and hopefully won't have to face it ourselves.
Hopefully the worm has had its fill.
Indeed.
After it devoured half of them, it took flight again. And we're going to roll their perception check retroactively here. Okay. They don't mention any more kind of details other than that. Other than the fact that the Great Worm is the most deadly threat in all of Icewindale.
No.
Do not be fools. Or heroes, for that matter.
Certainly not. If we were going to take that on, we'd need much greater numbers and much greater strength than we currently possess. We're not fools. Though, I know a few tribesmen who probably would give it a go just to try to prove themselves.
At this point, the rest of the Reged Elk tribe have kind of converged on your position. And they notice you, Geist, and they draw some weapons cautiously. One of them speaks out in an affirmative, kind of like commanding voice, and says, "Wolf tribe, what are you doing here? We heard that you were raiding the 10 towns, killing villages."
I
look at the rest and like,
Geist, like, we've not heard any news of that through the 10 towns ourselves, though I wouldn't put it past some of my tribe to be willing to do that, though I would not take part in such things unless forced. Yeah, except maybe Targos. Targos kind of feels like it deserves it a little.
What I understand, Issa Kronenstorm has been picking them off quietly. Hunters, fishers.
Of course he has.
Whoever they can get their hands on.
Probably to fill his stew pot if my fears of him are correct. But
the rumors are true.
For him at least. That is at least what I think. But if I have my way, he'll have an arrow through his eyes as soon as I can.
They kind of look amongst each other and look back at you. Well then, it's good to see that not all the wolf has fallen astray.
No, I've travelled away from the tribe on my own pilgrimage to gain strength, mostly for the sake of the pilgrimage, but also so that I can get the necessary strength to bring him down. A rabid wolf needs to go down.
Well said. What is your name?
Wealgeist.
Lone wolf. And the rest of your companions?
We are the Icewind Trekkers. My strong friend here is Ashanti. Her blade can cut down most foes with a single strike. 607 over there has a rather interesting way with people. Barritomus, his strange magics, whilst a bit odd at times, have proven very useful at keeping us alive. And Hulla is blessed by a god, and that blessing has kept us going for a long time. I consider them more of a wolf tribe than the current wolf tribe. Oh, and the dog's Bits and the owl is Andy.
He introduces himself as Mejnir, which is pronounced like that. This dragons and worms are not the only concern of our king, King Elkhart, but this unyielding winter.
Yes.
Seeking ways to understand the gods and the spirits, but well.
Yes, we have...
All the shrines I found are buried beneath the snows now.
Yes, and the temples in the 10 towns seem not abandoned, but very reduced in numbers. It seems that many have turned to the Lady of Winter in these times, even though she may be the threat itself. A warning for you as well. If you come across any black crystal, I would don't touch it with bare skin. Touch it with the thickest gloves you can. It seems to have the ability to make people go mad.
He says, the spirits have already warned me of that corrupted black ice.
Mm. And the other threat that is around, there is a tribe of Dwarga that seem to be harvesting this black crystal, black ice or something. They also seem to be a threat, the Sunblight clan.
He doesn't seem to know much of those. But he kind of gives a concerned look, regardless. And he says, well, I must get this scouting party back to King Elkhart.
Yes.
And warn him of the news that another herd has fallen to the great worm.
Yes, may your herd may what herd you have remain safe and your hunt go well.
He says, I hope the tame folk that you've befriended are up to the task of surviving this endless winter. Spirits protect you.
Spirits protect you.
And with that, you see the tribemen begin to head off and into the tundra once again.
As soon as they're out of earshot, Geist, Andy has to sleep after she eats. Is this dragon, do you think the dragon's going to sleep now that it's consumed what they said was half a herd? We may not have to worry about that if it's digesting.
This was a day ago, I believe they said.
Yeah, it's difficult.
So
I don't know what a dragon's eating patterns are like. I mean, there's the stories that they only need like one maiden every like 6 months or whatever, but
all right.
As an ancient, that's big. So we need to keep an eye on this guys ourselves. And be ready to hide.
We've been traveling for hours, and there are rocks right here. Do you think we should set up our camp in between these rocks? Although we probably need to... Are those hills? I mean, is that going flat with the rocks raised slightly, or are we looking up a hill?
You're on the top of a slab of stone, and you can see that shadow does kind of create a little makeshift shelter.
Okay, but is it up a hill? I'm worried about avalanches. Is that flat?
Oh, right, no.
With just a slight elevation, or are we looking up a hill?
This is all top down.
Okay.
Yeah, so the highest points are the flat slabs of stone. But I will mention that this is only some way during the journey, about 4-5 hours in.
We should probably try to make the most of the weather for now.
I agree. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't going to be caught out at this dragon if it's feasting. So, all right, let's go tell the others what we learned.
Yeah.
The tribe said that it harvested or feasted on about half the herd before flying off. Like, it filled its belly and then flew off.
I should have asked them how regularly it attacks. But
they would have probably said something. They're not too sure. They don't know the exact dietary feeding habits of it, but there's a good chance that it will come back for the other half later. You know, they know that dragons freeze their food, and they actually prefer it that way, like ice cold. And so just leaving it out frozen in the tundra is actually a perfect way of preserving it for them to eat later. So, all right, you come back to the others, and you're back as a group now. Again, moving on, perhaps.
I forget with the sort of like visions and dealing with stuff. Have we had some form of communication with this dragon, like through dreams or something, or was it just that Goliath warned us of it.
No, what happened was Barritomus has also been having side effects after his touch with death.
Yeah.
And there was a great worm outside of Wormdoom Crag, a dragon by the name of
Sticky ass.
So, you want to say that again?
Sticky ass.
No, not quite.
That's what you call it, right?
Stygiaris.
Yeah, that sticky ass.
Stygiaris. Oh, for God's sake. Anyway, he was the one that was a potential vision. Barry was like seeing this dragon kind of like almost landing in his mind's eye and whispering to him. Those are the only visions of dragons you've had.
Okay.
So,
Oh, and you have not had those visions since you had that horrible encounter in the cavern, the Hag's Cave, where you basically like you went full on like avarice effectively and tried to attack 607. After 607 launched a fireball at you, you haven't quite heard the voices since. It's almost like they flew away out of mind, out of your senses. However, it seems as though the dragon didn't just fully disappear. It seems now Danica is now having these severe side effects.
Well, in terms of this dragon flying above us, and what they take a maiden every 6 months, you said?
I mean that's stories, but it seems like this dragon has at least attacked a few of the herds that the elk tribe have been herding. So it seems
begs the question. Hulla, Ashanti, which one of yous would you say is more maidenly?
Not me. Definitely not me.
You're looking at half-orcs as being maidenly?
Yeah, but I mean, like, between the two of yous, like, I don't think 607 or myself or guys would be classed as maidenly.
Speak for yourself.
Iron Maiden, maybe.
So which one of yous would be classed as more maidenly? Hulla,
I think
Ashanti?
Faith would be more maidenly than either of us. At least she's a pretty little
We're
human.
not sacrificing anybody.
No, I'm
especially
not
not Faith, since she's our healer.
I'm
I
not
mean, we
saying
could.
I'm not saying we should. I'm just travel talk. We like and Faith isn't with us right now. She's in the bag. I didn't see her in that encounter that we just had.
Yeah, she keeps somehow ending up in my bag of tricks, and I'm really not sure how that works.
Oh no! I'm definitely here this time.
You do really have to explain how you keep appearing in my bag of tricks. It's odd.
So we're saying
cozy.
We're saying Faith is the more maidenly one of us.
I think of the three of us, definitely, because I definitely don't think of myself as like delicate and I don't know what else maidens are like, wearing dresses and things.
I mean,
next time you see Eve, I double dog dare you to ask Eve if she's maidenly.
Yeah. We'll end up without a shoulder there.
Maidens are usually delicate.
Aren't they delicate like princesses?
I mean,
and things?
I think
they don't have to be. They don't have to be.
I think it depends on the definition of maiden we're going for. I mean,
and depends on what you like. Have you ever heard the term muscle mommy?
Yeah, I don't.
No, why don't you tell us about it, 607?
I don't think I've ever.
I'm gonna post it in the Discord.
I don't think I've ever known a dwarven maiden to be delicate.
I mean, true.
No, but it seems to me the ones whose beards are silkiest would probably be considered most maidenly.
I mean, are dwarves considered like feminine the way that humans and elves are?
I mean, is that actually true about female dwarves, that they all have beards, and you have to and part of the dating process is trying to work out if they're actually a woman?
I mean, some of them have beards, but not all of them. And I think the best quality of a maiden dwarf is like they can bench press more than you can.
Muscle mommy.
Is that what that is? Like
Yeah.
if they can swing a pickaxe better than you can.
Can your wife swing a pick better than you?
Oh hell yeah.
See?
Oh.
Everybody's attracted to something different.
So I don't
It's not
think
about
that
attraction. It's about if we're asking
flavor.
what's maidenly, it's not necessarily what people are into, but that's I think of the delicate ladies with fancy jewels and I don't know, dancing and singing and things.
Expand your horizons, Hulla. Maidens can be everybody.
So
Can they?
I guess it's different for different races. So half-orc maidens are usually delicate.
No, they delicate is not something that you would use to say about any half-orc, really. I don't think.
Nor about any of the tribes, really.
So
delicate people wouldn't last.
If you came across like a large amount of half-orcs, would you be considered maidenly in that group?
I don't know. We don't really have like it's not really a. I mean, I'm definitely not one of the more aggressive types, fighty and grunting and things. So maybe that.
Or maybe more aggressive is the maidenly way in half-orc.
Harry,
might be more
are
attractive,
you
but it's not necessarily maidenly.
Are you looking for somebody? Are you missing your wife? Because
No.
otherwise, I think we need to move on from this
We
conversation.
are presumably
We're walking,
talking
yeah,
while we're
yeah.
moving.
We're
Walk and talk.
Yeah, you are.
I know.
I think I think
Move on
Barry.
from the conversation.
Yeah, I think Barry was more just talking about a what if, but it is interesting finding out about the other races. I mean, I don't really deal with people outside my own race very often, so or outside the tribes.
It's interesting to be culture. I can't even say the word. Culture.
I mean,
blah, blah, open.
Culturally sensitive and.
Who would you say is the most maidenly like person that we've met?
Faith?
Yeah, probably Faith. Yeah.
I was thinking Tully.
Who?
Charlie?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Tully.
Yeah.
Shanda Frost. Pretty.
Shanda Frost.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if we're thinking back to that town, I mean, the woman who helps us when we're there, she might count.
Ophelia.
Yeah.
Whatever her name is.
Oh
yeah,
she was she was very motherly rather than maidenly.
Yeah.
But maybe she used to be a maiden.
Though,
now she's a mother.
Though if you follow into like superstition, supposedly one hag in every coven is meant to be maidenly. There's meant to be like the maiden and the mother and the crone. So we just need to find a group of hags and just take the maiden one.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't the one we thought.
No, I think that one was probably the crone. Maybe.
Definitely.
Anyway, how are we getting on with our destination?
How are you getting on? Well, as you continue to cross the vast tundra of Icewindale, the landscape stretches out before you in a sea of pristine white, interrupted only by the occasional dark silhouette of a lone pine tree. The air is crisp and biting, filled with all the sharp scents of snow and the faint hint of pine, but the pine slowly gives way to a more salty spray air, and there's certainly feels more like kind of a moisture in the air, occasional sea spray that's just been caught on a longer drift. And indeed, as your footsteps begin to crunch, you start to slowly hear the distant shore just as it kind of like brushes up against the dale, but it's something else accompanies that. There is this loud cracking sound that is now getting more and more audible. It sounds like massive sheets of ice being snapped and crushed together.
Right.
And
can you smell
just as
that?
you pressed one,
that smells amazing.
Right. How much can we trust that ice in the distance? Do we need to stop and keep the axe peaks and the sleds here? Will it take their weight?
Well, we're not on the ice yet. It should be pretty obvious when we're actually leaving the shore, because the shore isn't it's not like a lake where you can't tell the difference between the shore and the water.
Okay.
It is a big sea. It should be, it should be clear where the water starts.
Yeah, there was that word of the living iceberg. So maybe we keep an eye on any moving icebergs.
Well, there is a lot of moving ice by the looks. As you finally reach this bit, the shores of the sea of moving ice has gained its name quite literally because the ice is ever changing, and there's a dramatic scene on the coastline as you begin to witness the jagged shards of ice jutting up from the frozen sea like the teeth of some ancient slumbering beast. And I've got a visualization for this as well. I'll show you in a minute. It's quite something because it is actually based on a real life location. It's very pointy. But yeah, the air is filled with a palpable sense of cold, and the biting wind whips across your faces at this point. And it's probably been a good so it was 11 hours of snow. It's 13. So it's been 6.5 hours that you've been traveling to get to the shoreline. You've made it. It is pitch black at this point. Not because it's night, but purely because it is just simply getting later and later in the evening. Yeah, you can't help but feel a sense of awe and wonder, the sheer magnitude of the frozen icebergs that have been sculpted by the wind and waves. And yeah, this vast otherworldly landscape just seems to defy both your logic and reason as to how something like this can exist. This constantly moving, like they're what they call icebergs, effectively. Here, I've got a video of it. You have to go under Reddit and have a look for yourself.
Yeah. So the moving iceberg that I mentioned, I believe it's known as a Leviathan.
Wait, is it just one iceberg called a Leviathan, or is it like a genre?
It was just, I don't know. Was it you that got the information, guys, about the?
I just remember them saying that there was a large creature that was said to be a living iceberg. I don't remember any mention of a name.
I thought it was like a big
white reaper.
Whale.
A Leviathan described as a white reaper was supposedly spotted in the sea of ice, where an iceberg comes to life and kills all that enters its lake. Told by Tunto. Whoever that was, I forget.
Is it an elemental?
Sure.
Might be.
When you're on the water, Leviathan is what you call like any big monster is called a Leviathan. So like sometimes they're whales that you just see in the distance and you're like, oh, is that a Leviathan?
And sometimes they're your mother-in-law.
And you know, it's a type of creature. I think that's what we called them anyway.
Like the creature we came across in Dweldon? The May Dweldon?
Maybe a bit bigger? Like legendarily sized, like the size of a dragon.
So we should be worried about a dragon-sized iceberg coming to life.
Well, that's what I don't get. If is it an iceberg that's the size of a leviathan, or is it a big monster that looks like an iceberg?
I'm not sure.
A leviathan-sized iceberg.
Or, yeah, or both. Some sort of melding between the two, like an elemental, like they said.
Hey, guys, why don't you see if you can pull out like a fish or something and throw it in the water and do some scouting?
This will be the one time where I don't pull a fish.
Polar bears can swim though.
But yeah, I've got a few creatures.
Polar bears are good on icebergs too. Yeah. The fish. This would be a good time for the fish though.
We got a seal.
A seal can swim. Yeah.
That's good.
Sure.
All right. Seal, go scout out the water and see if you see any particularly dangerous-looking moving iceberg creatures.
Yep. You see the seal kind of give this little and just slops into the water. Though I will say it's a little bit difficult to find a space where there isn't this flow of jagged ice, and it's kind of a little bit hesitant as it's going around the shoreline. But several of you can work together if you want to just like push some of the ice away, just to kind of create a little opening so they don't just dive into a bed of ice daggers.
Okay.
If you look at in the Discord chat, I've linked a couple of videos of exactly what I imagine the immediate shoreline kind of looks like, but on a massive scale.
Okay. While the seal is scouting, do we need to set up the camp? Do we want to find the Duchess first? Do we? It's pitch dark out here. I mean,
yeah, if you find the Duchess, there's lots of firewood there, right? It's a big boat.
Yeah, I say once we get there, we scavenge what we can, because the ship itself is, well, she was
The ship
wrecked.
itself is not it's not needed, right?
Yeah, there's not much chance of anyone coming out to rescue her if she's still there, which I think she is, because we had a vision of it.
Yeah, the tar on the timbers is going to make it really smoky, though. Just be aware of that 607.
So we're gonna go find this boat in the dark, or do you think we should rest, then go to the boat, dismantle it while it's light, and then use that to get back?
That's what I'm asking.
Well, if it's dark, how? I mean, what kind of view do we have? Like, we can't see it from here, presumably.
It is dark.
Like we should maybe rest while it's dark, so we don't actually go too far or miss it. You know.
I think that may not be a bad idea. Set up camp away from the shore. Let's back up a bit in case that Leviathan comes out. And then we can set up a base camp, and then we can send scouting parties out tomorrow, both sides of the shore, to see if they can find it.
Okay. You have got supplies. You have an insulated tent. You can begin to set up your own little camp, perhaps, half a mile or a mile out from the shore? You decide. But enough distance that you feel like you're...
I think a mile out, because I don't know how far that Leviathan can travel. If it's a swimmer, then it may not travel.
Yeah.
May not be able to travel very far, but I don't want to be within lunging distance.
Also, the cold wind will probably be worse nearer the shore, so a mile out seems better.
We can build. There's lots of snow. We can build a wall to protect us from the wind.
Yeah, we should probably do that. Set up the camp.
The non-vegans who are big and strong can go and build a wall while we set up a tent, and they can sort of build an enclosure around us.
It sounds like people are already throwing in ideas into the hat, which means we'll come into this little mini skill challenge. It's not going to be anywhere near as hard as the one you did last time because one, you actually have the equipment, and two, it is only light snow this time and not a full-on blizzard. So you are out in the open tundra though, and there's hardly any shelter. But as you mentioned, you can start building some sort of windbreak. So who would like to do that? Who wants to build a windbreak first? And what kind of skill would you like to use to do it?
Hulla and I can do it with strength.
Strength? Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. All right. That'll be an athletics check. One of you can. You've both got athletics, haven't you?
Yeah.
I've got decent advantage.
All right. So.
Or no advantage, but decent roll.
Normal or advantage.
So yeah, one of you with advantage.
What's your strength?
Both work together to do this. Oh, I've gone ahead and done it. It's all good. Yep. No, but you're doing absolutely just as much work to clear out a small valley, a gorge in the snow, and set up a windbreak such that you can begin unraveling the tent without it just going whoosh, whipped away. All right. What other? That's a success, by the way, of course. What other steps? Starting a fire.
Yeah.
I'll start the fire. I can do the fire part because I have magic to start the fire.
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
set up the big tent, I guess.
And it's probably the easiest thing that I can do. That's because I have no strength or anything.
I'll help.
I will.
You want to help?
I'll help
Sorry, Barry.
I'll help with the tent.
You will help with the tent. Okay, so 6 or 7, using your spells to light a spark with a firebolt. I'm gonna say that you can use your charisma spell casting. So it'd be like 4 + 2 + 6, right? Yeah. So roll a charisma check, or just roll a d20 + 6.
I'll just do the d20 + 6.
Yeah. I think actually even just hitting firebolt will actually do the same thing. But yeah, you light. Dancing light.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is like trying to light a torch in the freezing cold. There's no spark to it. I know firebolt does let loose some heat and it is fire, but it's just not catching. It feels as though you need a continuous friction that will burn and keep it hot, but a quick flash in the pan doesn't seem to be enough to keep it alight. It's just charring bits of wood and splintering chunks off of it. Oh, that's one fail.
What about if I give him a little bit of oil? Because I have a flask of oil, I can give him a little bit so that he can gives the spark something to catch.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you can douse the wood in oil instead.
Yeah, douse the wood in oil, and then I'll try again.
Okay.
I will say this. It does work. When you light the oil, the logs do catch on fire, and you manage to get the light. But that's just a way of saying that you can't repeat the same roll over and over. You have lit the fire, though. That much is clear. But it's still 1 fail, 1 success so far on the tracker.
Yeah.
Okay, setting up the tent, Barry. Yeah, this would be more of like a survival-based check, unless you have some other interesting way of.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna set up the tent, and I think Barry was helping me.
Yeah.
Okay.
But maybe we make this like more of a hidden situation, like we turn it into an igloo, using the tent as a frame.
That's not necessarily a bad idea. If we use the 2 tents as like a base, and then we might be able to create some sort of cover to not only hide us, but potentially keep the axe beaks in and warmer.
If you use the area where Hulla and I are digging the blocks out, then you can set the tent down in there.
Yeah. So we're going to try to do that, basically create like a mixed tent / ice shelter to
drawing up blueprints right here.
Yeah, so he's doing the blueprints, and I guess I'll help with the work.
Yeah, that's how I'm gonna try and guide him. I'm drawing up blueprints of how the tent's should be set up and how to igloo
perfect.
igloos as well.
Alrighty, nice. Actually, I like that. Go ahead and give me a survivor check with advantage then, as Barry's helping.
Okay.
And that is a 17. Very nice. Yeah, it looks like it's not like the most perfect safe shelter you'd imagine. If the weather does get worse, if it turns to like a blizzard or a sleet storm, this probably wouldn't survive it. So you can just pray that it doesn't get to that extreme, but it is serviceable. It's keeping the snow out and it's keeping the warm in, so it's working, and that's a success. So long as the weather doesn't turn horrible. Okay, and then we need the next leg. So the axe beaks. You can all huddle them up as well, keep them warm and fed. But that's 2 successes, 1 fail, and we can do one more sort of.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what would be
here.
good.
You got the cauldron.
Yeah, I guess.
Working the cauldron.
Yeah, cauldron to make some food, I guess.
Cooking check.
Cooking checks. Yeah, effectively.
The cooking. I've got cook's tools and proficiency in that, but I think Hulla does as well.
I've got lots of spices that I can add.
Oh, we might be able to flavor the stew a bit extra. That'd be nice.
Hell yeah. That sounds nice. Yeah, go ahead and give me a roll with your cook's utensils then. I guess you'd be adding trying to think what you would use.
I mean, it seems like I want to say wisdom because it's still like survivally cooking, but I don't know how good that is for Ashanti.
Roll it as survival.
That sounds about right. But yeah, you'd add your cook's utensils and proficiency with that, so you can make it a wisdom check. And Hulla, you say you've got spices, right?
I've got spices. Yeah, I've got pepper, ginger, lots of salt.
You actually have.
I do.
Oh,
yeah.
So you do, and you've got cook's utensils as well.
And I've got cook's utensils. Yeah, I could have got rid of them since we don't really need 2 people with them. But
do I roll with advantage or do I roll?
I think yeah. For the extra spiciness and ginger, you can roll with advantage here. That shouldn't be -1. That should be +1. Because it's your wisdom, not in your intelligence. Oh, you've rolled it with intelligence. That's okay. So
I rolled it with cook's utensils. I clicked on the cook's utensils themselves.
Yeah, and I think when you click on it, it gives. I think when you click on it, it also offers you an option for which type of.
It didn't.
Didn't it? Oh, okay. All right. Oh, yeah, it doesn't. All right. Well, that's fine. I will say it's wisdom anyway, which means it's an 18 in total, which is more than a success. And you absolutely cook the most delicious, sort of. It's got that kick, that gingery kick to it. It's peppery, it's flavorful, it's full, and yeah, it absolutely warms your bellies as you are camped out here with the howling wind outside. The tundra is this vast, cold silence during the night, but
well, thank you for the spices. You really made this meal. So thank you.
That's what it's for. Yeah.
You're both half-orcs and you're both really good at cooking.
Well, I'm not good at cooking. I just appreciate a well-cooked meal.
That was my job.
I think I found what's maidenly about half-orcs.
No, it was my job. Ayala was too little to be trusted with it, and so my job was to cook the meals for the family while my parents were setting up camp. So I spent years and years on the road, and I cooked breakfast and dinner for the family and whoever else was in our camp that night. And there were thousands of bad meals, according to my family, before I got good at those.
Ayala's like your sister?
My younger sister. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So
what does she do now? Like, do you miss
She's
her?
taking care of my dad.
Oh.
on our last caravan run, I hate talking about this. My mom was killed treacherously. She was just shot in the back by a bandit and killed instantly. And kind of broke something in my dad. And my fun, fearless, amazing dad just lost him that day too. And he stopped paying attention to what he was doing. He always told us, you know, never ever stop paying attention to what's around you. And we got back into Weep and we were at the caravan station and Dad walked behind an oxen and that oxen kicked backwards and it just shattered his leg. And Ayala and I, we'd gotten money from Mom's part of the bandits when we looted them. And I worked the rest of the caravan in Mom's place. So we had that money, but it just wasn't enough to fix Dad. I mean, he can walk with a cane right now, but he's in tremendous pain all the time. And that's why I'm here. I'm hoping I'll find something to fix my dad.
I think I remember that they made like so many health and safety precautions after that accident. It was in the papers.
Well, I left them in Weep. Ayala got a job as a bouncer at a local tavern, and we found a shop above an apartment above a cobbler's shop, and
Wait.
I think about them every day, but I try not to dwell on what's going on back there. And so, but Ayala is taking care of my dad, and she has Bits's brother, Bob's. So
Wait.
we have Bits and Bob's.
So, your sister's a bouncer at a tavern in Weep?
Yes.
With the dog?
Yeah.
Oh,
she's got
so
it's so
that's
but
your sister. That's a
yeah,
good tavern.
She's a good kid. You know, I mean, she's maybe going back to your earlier conversation, she's a lot prettier than I am. So maybe she's maidenly. I look more like Mom and Grandma. She looks more like Dad.
Well, she seemed to be doing well from my last visit to the tavern, but you know.
So you've actually.
It's good to know that.
Well, I'm from Weep, Anna, so.
And you know all the taverns there? That's pretty impressive.
Not all of them, but you know, you can't mistake a bouncer and a dog, you know, keeping guard outside one of the taverns. So it's a friendly dog. Until like you're on the wrong side of it.
Yeah, Bob looks scary and sounds terrifying when he growls, but he is more of a marshmallow than Bits is. Okay, this is wool gathering. I will. We need to set up a watch schedule for tonight.
Yeah. As you guys are sharing this story over the broth and you finished off your bowls, you realize that the cold outside hasn't crept in through any gaps. The axe beaks look like they're comfortable. Bits is, you know, actually already taken a nap after they finished. They finished first because they don't have to talk like the rest of you, so they just scoff it down. Now, you realize at this point that the temperature has stabilized perfectly. Outside, you don't dare to look, but you can feel the frigid winds that are whipping across the tent. It is really cold out there, like minus God knows what. We don't use Celsius in Fantasyland, but just know that it was DC 25. Had you not had an insulated tent, you'd all be potentially suffering from hypothermia and just freezing to death out here. So you're very thankful that you invested in that. But yes, you can set up a watch if you so choose.
I'll take first watch.
Like you
I'm pretty awake.
Mm-hmm.
Being yeah, being near the seashore again and smelling the salt on the air. I really feel more comfortable here than I've been in a long time, to be honest. I'm happy to stay up.
I'll take last watch so I can make breakfast in the morning.
That's fair.
Right.
How many watches
I'll
do we
take
need?
middle watch so I can fuck with the party.
Do you say that out loud, or do we let you take a watch on your own?
That's good.
I'll take a watch.
Okay, so who's on the second watch? Because if it's
I'll
Hulla first, second, your butt Barry.
I'll take second then.
Okay, perfect. Okay, yeah. So I guess then, for now, as you are on the first watch, gazing out onto the shore, you can still in your head picture the faint outlines of those icebergs, their massive forms looming ominously against the horizon. You've kind of listened to the sound of cracking ice that echoes across the frozen wasteland, a constant reminder of the ever-shifting nature of this icy realm. And despite the harsh conditions, you're right, Hulla seems to be finding a strange beauty and reminiscence, what's the word, nostalgia in this raw, untamed sea. And then there's a sense of dread as the prospect of finding what's still stuck out there in the ice. But eventually, the fatigue of sleep wears on you, and you wake up Barry for the next watch. So Barry, you're awake for not too long actually before you start hearing this kind of a flopping sound across the ice, coming rhythmically towards your tent. Do you investigate?
I look up from my Northland and Myths book on Tourmaline and
Sounds like a fish out of water.
The seal.
I am gonna go look.
It is indeed. As you peek just a like an eyelet out of the tent, you immediately feel the moisture on your eyeball almost freeze over. But you do indeed see the little seal on their speckled coat outside the tent. They see you and start hopping towards you. They let out a quick little.
Give it a. You know, I heard a rumor about seal in the capital city that apparently could sing. Used to sing something about. Well, when it was translated to something about a rose. At least that's what a local druid said anyway. I'm just to myself in the
Seal just looks at you as you're recounting this story and just says,
just pat it in and bring it close. Tent.
Okay. Sure. All right. It seems it's returned from its scouting journey, though having difficulty trying to tell you what is out there. But for now, the seal is back in good comfort, good company. What else happens out on this cold expanse? Not really much, as you basically have set a good place for your camp. You're about, what do you say, a mile out from the shore. So anything that happens out there is seemingly far away and enough that doesn't interrupt you or disturb your rest. So you can all continue to complete your long rest. The seal does look a little bit jumpy in the night. There's occasional times when it's like it looks up and looks out across the tent, but if you're listening in closely, Barry, you don't notice anything that the seal has. It may just be that they're jumpy, but in the morning you guys can perhaps insight it a little bit further. Those with animal handling, that is.
I just go back to reading my book, but I start reading it to the seal.
Oh, that actually comforts the seal. They definitely seem a little bit more, yeah, at ease.
Do I find anything out about Tourmaline in this book? Any sort of myths?
Oh, about Tourmaline.
Yeah, it's a Northlanders myth book about Tourmaline.
I cannot remember where the hell you got that from, but I'll tell you what. Yes, there is some dark rumors about Tourmaline and how they shouldn't be. They're not dwarves. They shouldn't dig too deep. But
classic tale.
They have found what is an incredibly deep mine shaft, a natural one that just bores down hundreds and hundreds of feet into the earth. No one has been able to go down to the bottom of it. No rope has ever been long enough to reach said bottom, and if they drop something down into that hole, they don't even hear the clatter of it coming back up.
Clearly just a myth.
Youths.
There's no hole too deep that a dwarf couldn't get to.
Well, nonetheless, it seems as though this mine shaft is fraught with gemstones that has kept the mining business alive for long enough. And what else about Tourmaline do you know? Let's have a little quick overview. It was founded by Calshite settlers who appreciated beauty. Tourmaline is widely regarded as the most picturesque town in Icewindale, spreading out from the shore of Meldewalden and bordered on the north and west by tall pines. Its buildings incorporate carvings of wizards, homunculi, tigers, and smiling djinn. And for most visitors, the enchantment of the town is dispelled as soon as they feel the icy claws and teeth of the cold sweeping down from the north, shearing through their layers of clothing. Tourmaline was actually built in the path of this dreadful gale, which continues well past the town to harry fishers on the southern half of the lake. In addition to fishers and shipbuilders and scrimshanders, Tourmaline is home to miners who harvest gemstones from a cavern complex into a low hill north and east of the settlement. And yeah, there you go.
I'm reading this to the seal, and I'm like, that's weird. They spelt gin wrong, and I've never known my drink to smile back at me.
Sure.
I'm reading this with a very low intelligence score. I don't know what a gin is.
Oh, I see. What else?
You literally only just got it. Terrible puns. Sorry, I'm asleep. Never mind.
Here you go. This is the fish.
The seal is probably smarter than me.
Its heraldry is an open-mouthed head of a fish at the bottom of a sky-blue field, its jaws parted as if swallowing a large rose-pink oval. The oval is a tourmaline, the symbolic of the town's gem mining. And of course, they're fishers as well. They sacrifice warmth to Oral. There you go. And Orus Marstew is a half-orc speaker of the town. After a close and contentious election.
Orus Marstew?
Yep, he's the child of half-orc adventurers. He was adopted by Shaylin Marstew, the previous speaker, who retired from her leadership role but still lives in Tourmaline. But Orus is bright with a sharp sense of humor, but he has political enemies in town. and so lacks the full support of the town militia.
Jeez,
there you go.
When was this book written? Yesterday?
Yep. I mean, it's got up-to-date pages. But there you go. This is as information as I can give you on Tourmaline.
That's fine.
Just for having read that.
More than I
You're welcome.
expected.
Have you all clicked long rest?
Yeah, I'd wake Ashanti up for the morning / cooking.
Perfect. Okay, you're all awake.
Thanks.
Faith is going to give you that lesser restoration, yeah?
Oh yeah, sweet.
And I am going to try to understand what my seal found out before it disappears.
Give me an animal handling check. Claps its hands together. You gather from its consistent clapping, and it kind of nestles itself amongst the axe beak and like looks left and right and goes and gestures towards them with its flippers. And then also
you saw axe beaks?
It shakes its head.
You saw a creature that had a giant beak.
It face palms with one of its flippers. It shows a sense of community. You're getting the idea. From a 19, it's showing it's like nestled amongst, and it points to itself. It actually points to itself.
You saw lots of seals.
Gives a nod, a full head nod, and then it tries to get up on its rear flipper, and it goes like hopping from left to right with its flippers outstretched, in this kind of big menacing like approach, and the seal bares its like teeth, and lets out this kind of low guttural sound that seals are capable of doing. That's just like, and it's like trying to be menacing and dangerous looking, and then it goes back to being kind of like a timid little seal and like runs away. You see it like flopping across the across the snow.
So you saw lots of seals and you felt a sense of like belonging, and then something big and scary scared you off.
It nods again.
Did it look like a giant iceberg?
It tilts its head. Not quite sure. You gather probably not.
Okay. Well, there's something dangerous in the water that scared off the seal, but not a giant iceberg that it saw.
It kind of it gestures towards like Ashanti, who's probably the biggest in the group.
It was something very big.
With a beak.
No, I think it was just trying to stay. It was sort of indicating with the axe beaks as like finding more of its own kind, I think.
You see it like stretches out its flippers like arms, and then its nose kind of prods and pokes at your legs.
It had really big legs.
And then points at your arms.
And
then points at Ashanti's tusks, and then bares its own kind of teeth.
It had really big legs.
Walrus.
Was it a walrus? You've seen a walrus. I've brought out a walrus before with you, assuming you're the same seal.
The seal kind of shakes its head, and then it gestures again to...
Polar bear. Is it a polar bear?
Your feet.
No, I think
the seal jumps back up on its rear tail to kind of show that I'll give it to you because you're on a 19. It basically gestures the fact that it's a humanoid-like shape.
Okay, it's a humanoid with tusks, but as big as Ashanti or much bigger?
The seal tries to like rear back up. Yeah, it tries to rear back up on its tail again and tries to be taller than Ashanti, but like can't stretch high enough. You see it looking
frozen
above
frost
Ashanti's
giant.
head.
I start pacing and say, "Tell me how many paces long it is in height," and I'll just sort of tell me when to stop.
Like a head and you see it looking head and shoulders above Ashanti, like its head is looking above hers.
Some sort of giant tusked humanoid, possibly a frost giant or a frost giant skeleton. Maybe.
Yeah, well, in any case, the seal looks excitable and is sort of like hopping towards the shoreline, looking over its shoulder and sort of shouting, "Arr! Arr!"
I think it
Almost
wants
like
us
as
to
if
check it
trying to get
out.
you to follow.
I will follow the seal, but I guess we got to pack things up before and have breakfast, and then we'll follow.
Sure thing.
It's probably only got like an hour before it disappears, so.
Yeah. Well, lasts a full day, doesn't it? You did this towards the night.
Yeah.
Evening.
I guess, yeah. So, yeah. So we'll pack up, have our breakfast, and then head after the seal, I guess. It seems like it's found something.
Hang on. Do we really want to pack up, or do we want to have a base camp and explore from our base camp? That way we don't waste time packing up and setting up.
That's not necessarily a bad idea, but what's the weather looking like? Because if it starts looking like sleet storm or hail, then
you can tell for the next 7 hours it's going to be a light snow.
Okay, so we can probably leave the tent. Leave the axe.
I would say we take everything with us. We don't have to take down the igloo that we built, but we don't know what we're going to encounter over here.
True.
Take the axe piece. We can always build a new, put the tent up again. But
I mean, if that's what the group wants to do.
There are other people out here.
That's
we don't know where we're headed. There might be anything around here.
Yeah, then let's.
And if there's anyone nice, and the igloo's still there when we drop the tent, someone else can use it.
I mean, I guess they could use it even if they're not nice, but not much we can do about that either way. But I just mean, I don't want to leave anything behind because we don't know what's coming in the journey, you know?
Well, maybe we just leave the. No, never mind.
No, go on. I sense something funny being said.
Yeah, let's pack up and we'll head after the seal, and then probably best not to leave anything behind unless we're going to leave something to guard it that's good enough. But we don't know. We'll be back, so.
No, we don't know. No.
You hear an exasperated sigh from the seal as you're contemplating this, and it's eagerly trying to go.
We'll pack.
Where did that sound effect come from?
We'll pack up and follow the seal.
Wait, we need to pack up.
Yeah.
Seal, give us
you pack it up.
15 more minutes.
Pack up, properly douse the fire so that it doesn't let off a ton of smoke or anything.
All right. After that, you begin to head out. And, have you done your preparations, spells, etc.? Any changes you need to make there, Hulla?
I set everything up yesterday the way I wanted them to.
Perfect.
Yep.
You need a zone of truth for this? I don't know. Who knows? Well, let's go. The shoreline, the seal seems to be able to trace its steps pretty damn quick. Now, there are sections of these massive glaciers that have kind of jutted up against the shoreline, such that you could potentially cross them one by one. There are gaps big enough that you would have to leap and jump, and there are other gaps that are large enough that you could even fit a small boat through, but with the rest of the shards of ice, just like so there's so many fragments of it, you wouldn't literally be able to like row without snapping your oars on the surface.
Is this ship out in the water or on the shoreline?
It's crashed on the shoreline. It should be
Let's not.
pretty close to the edge.
Yeah, let's just pick a direction, scout, several miles that way. If that's not it, we'll turn around and go the other way.
We were, yeah, we
And
were chasing a ship a fisherman's boat that had come in close here, and
okay.
we got pushed right up to the shore and got crushed in between like a couple of big blocks of ice and the shoreline, and that was it for the Duchess.
Okay. All right, then I think we stay on the shore. I don't want to go out on the ice unless we have to.
Well, the seal looks back at you, nonetheless. Waiting for you to like hop onto.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Well,
does it know that we're looking for a ship?
I mean,
it doesn't.
I don't know, but it found something that it's excited to show us, so we should probably check it out at least. It could be something of interest.
Okay. Well.
Ooh. Do we
it's up
see?
To you. You don't all have to go.
Do we see anything?
Well, no, not yet. The seal will have to is trying to get you to come onto the massive glaciers.
We bring the sleds out here? I mean, I guess that's my worry is we've got axe beaks and sleds with all of our equipment. I don't know if I want to risk that out on the ice when one of those things could tip and we would lose everything.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You remember what happened to us when we went ice fishing?
Yeah.
And or rather fishing in the lake with all the ice, and we couldn't control where we were going, and we got knocked into stuff, and it was just real ugly.
I mean, if we need to go out on the ice, I think we need to leave the sleds here and possibly the sleds and axe beaks here, because if we lose all of our equipment, we're screwed.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. So we leave maybe we
I can stay behind and watch all the gear. Yeah.
I will leave bits with you. So
Faith says I'll stay with you as well then, 6 or 7. And all right. Good luck out
guard.
The seal takes those who are going across some of the ice. As I mentioned, it's a pretty sturdy amount of thickness to these glaciers, such that you don't feel like any of the ice snapping or cracking underneath your foot. Like when you come to the edge of one of these and you actually have to kind of like lean over or jump across, is when you just see down how big these things really are. But after about let's see, yeah, about 3 miles out from the shoreline, the seal arrives at the glacier, and you can see a load of other little nestled. They look exhausted. These seals. They're all laying flat on their bellies in a little huddled heap, and the seal kind of lets out a little, and occasionally you see a couple of heads lift up, kind of alerted to the sound. But they don't seem bothered about your presence. They don't move or anything like that. But they do look. Some of them do look curious. Nonetheless, the seal looks back at you guys with a kind of what's the word? A proud look that he's managed to track you guys back to where he found his friends.
Do the seals look injured or ill or anything like that?
Yeah, give me either a perception or a medicine check. If you want to get right up to them, you can, in fact, and roll medicine.
Yeah, okay, I'll roll medicine. Just to see why he's brought us all this way. I don't know anything about seals. Veterinary
No,
medicine
you
is
don't.
not my specialty.
Geist will
don't
observe them from a
actually.
distance to see if he can see anything, I guess. No.
Sure.
And I guess Hulla's gonna look just because she loves animals. I'm sorry, Ashanti loves
Ashanti.
animals and has taken care of caravan animals, so.
Okay. Well, I think I know the reason for all these really low rolls.
And Barry's gonna look because everyone else is looking.
All right, just everyone's.
That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I know the reason why you guys aren't getting anything from this. Wealgeist, from a distance, you can't really see anything peculiar about them. They do just look like normal seals to you. But as Ashanti and Hulla begin to approach, and I mean, the seal did gesture to Ashanti as almost a comparison for what these seals encountered, is probably when they start to get a little bit startled. A couple of them begin to roll away. Some of them begin to flop on their bellies, and they begin rushing away to the edge of the glacier, away from you guys.
Wait. We're gentle. We're not gonna hurt you. We're not hunting. I promise.
They flop into the water. They don't seem to be taking any risk. The seal looks a little bit. The one who's the from the bag of tricks just looks a little bit saddened by this. Like,
no, I'm sorry, bud. I'm sorry.
However, as you are on this section of the ice, you do see where they rush away. There are, where they were like congregated, some form of tracks that don't look like they would have been seals. They have deep, kind of clawed grooves and scrape marks.
Can I identify them at all?
Possibly. Be a survival check.
Oh.
Okay, so they are, as you find like a good pair of them, because it looks as though they were in some sort of long stride, and then they get to the edge of this glacier and then kind of stop, and you can see them going back and forth, kind of, what's the word, like in a sort of seething, patrolling manner, not going into the ice, clearly. And that might be why you didn't see any injuries on these seals, is because they are quite literally able to escape whatever this thing is. They are 5-toed, clawed tracks, the size of a large creature, and they're not wearing any kind of boots or anything like that.
Is this a Yeti?
And they are.
Nice. Are these Yeti tracks?
Out on the water though? Do Yeti swim?
I have no
Yetis,
idea.
You look at, with the 24, Yetis have kind of nails, but not like clawed feet. They also have kind of simian feet, so they have like an opposable thumb. So they leave more like a handprint on the floor. These don't look like a handprint; they look like a big clawed footprint with
this
kind of
is
a bony heel.
But something pacing, but large, not something like huge, like a frost giant. No. And obviously, a frost giant doesn't have
large.
But...
Exactly.
What could that be?
I'll be a kill first, ask questions later.
Geist sort of thinks back to the sludge, trying to remember what its feet look like.
A slard.
Yeah, because they're kind of like clawed, right? And I think they count as large.
Slard have 4-toed.
Oh, specifically 5-toed, you said, right?
And they're more, and slards are much more spaced out, whereas these look like tight, like a human, but with clearly long clawed nails at the end. Oops.
They're walking on 2 legs, right? Not 4?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not a polar bear.
Large bipedal, 5-toed claws.
With a 24, I'll also say that after a while, you start to see the tracks that you're following them every kind of like direction they went in, after a while you can see that they clearly got bored or desperate that they couldn't get into the water with these seals, and they begin heading in a southwesterly direction, and at a normal pace. So like there was a long stride clearly chasing the seals, and then now there's a kind of like a normal stride heading southwest.
It looks like,
and at some point it leaps across the glacier onto another glacier, a large one.
Southwest. I mean, that potentially means it might be heading to our destination.
Yeah, but right now I think we're getting sidetracked. And, we need to go find the Dark Duchess, get whatever it is Danica needs. We could hunt things and but I think we need to focus on the end goal.
I hate to say it, but I think she's right. I mean, I'm curious about what this thing was, just because your animals don't normally ask for things from us.
Yeah.
And that definitely seems weird and important, but unless it's right here in front of us, we don't really have any way of finding these things.
Yeah.
Or fighting them, or I don't know. You know what I mean? And if they're heading back the way that we came anyway, well.
Yeah, let's return back to the others, and then we'll see where we can go from there.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. Yeah, you travel back with the seal. Arrive back at the shoreline to inform the rest of your party of what you discovered.
All right, I think we continue on. We need to use the daylight to find the Dark Duchess. Possibly
sooner
find
the better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, after that hour-long kind of little sidetrack, I actually want Hulla to roll me a D100.
Okay. That's low. Is it low? Is low good?
That's low. Low is close. That's what that is. No, you're all good. Nothing.
We don't
out
see
of the ordinary happens.
Okay.
No.
Do I start to think that I recognize the terrain?
I will say this much. It is after you have begun to patrol this shoreline, heading west, is when you start to realize that maybe to you, it absolutely felt like the shoreline that you collided into. But after just witnessing firsthand how massive these glaciers are and just how far down and deep they go into the water, they can sometimes feel like solid ground. Like you don't feel like them wobbling or anything like that. They're so massive. Some of them could be small little continents themselves. And it might have been that when you arrived and you crossed from this glacier onto the snowy land, you might not have been able to tell the difference because the snow falls on the glaciers and creates this small padded, drift of snow, and you wouldn't maybe have noticed when you reached the actual shore itself. Also, you were suffering from hypothermia and you were starving and a number of other things, it being dark. It's possible that you weren't on the shore at all, but actually out there, trapped in one of these glaciers. And of course, one last thing to note, this terrain is constantly shifting and changing. Even if you knew the exact location of the glacier, it's possible that over several months, that glacier either broke up, drifted, or got shunted around.
You guys, what if the glaciers smash the Duchess up? What if she's no longer here? What if...
Hulla, this is not the time to doubt yourself.
No,
at
but
all.
I mean,
I believe in
I don't
you.
recognize any of this. This should all. I remember what it looked like because we were there for a couple of days before we decided to abandon the ship. We didn't just hop off and run away. We stared a long time at those shores. And none of this is looking familiar right now. I don't even know.
Well, what if the creatures that we found, maybe they know where it is? Maybe they took up residence in a warm place, like a ship? Maybe we go find them and you can give them a stern talking to.
Oh, I wish I had speak with animals.
Yeah. I agree. I can ask Andy to
Lucille might just be agreeing with Barry because they have a bond now.
If she tracks, I'm afraid she's going to track whatever it was that was out on the glacier. So I can't tell her to follow. And if I tell her to find, she's going to look for a member of our party, not necessarily a ship.
Was she with you when you had the little outing onto the glacier?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I did.
okay, so she saw the tracks.
Yeah. So I'm afraid that if I tell her to do that, she's not going to find the ship. She's going to find the creature.
Yeah, but what if the creature is living in the ship?
Well, I can tell her to follow and point at the tracks and say follow, and she can follow those tracks.
Mm-hmm. All right.
If they're here on the shore. And if we just need to find them here on the shore. I mean,
and if we do find them and they're not in the ship, then at least we've searched a good chunk of the area where the ship could have been.
Okay. Would you like to send out your owl?
Yeah, I'll say. Right. Do we see the tracks on the shore?
Not on the shore, no. Only from that glacier where that thing was clearly hunting the seals. Okay. But you can have it fly over there and then begin the hunt.
Okay, now, so I'll walk back over there with her, point to the tracks, and I'll say, Andy, follow.
Mm-hmm.
And
give me
I'll point to the tracks.
Give me a perception check with advantage for Andy.
Okay.
We're going to see if we can find it.
Perception, advantage.
That's an 18. Okay. And during this as well, I want you to roll me another D100, Ashanti.
Me? Oh, okay.
Sorry, no. Well, it could be Ashanti. It could be anyone, really. But I was just thinking Hulla because this is Hulla's little area.
Yeah, so what am I rolling? Sorry.
Another D100, please.
Oh, God. Don't ask me to roll. I don't want the responsibility. 25. Still super low.
Very close. One higher than last time. What does that mean? Well, for now, you guys are waiting another hour trepidatiously for this owl to return. And
no.
Sure
when
enough,
she follows,
you follow.
She flies 50 feet forward and then waits for us to catch up 50 feet forward. So she knows to follow so that we can follow her.
Gotcha. Okay, then. Well, perfect. Looks like you guys are setting out after all. Are you all going this time, or is it just several of you?
I think we should stick together. And since we don't know where the Duchess is, and we may need the sleds to haul stuff out of the Duchess, we need to stay together.
Okay. Well, it's going to be some tricky terrain then if you're carrying the sleds. There's a section or two where you will have to try to create like a makeshift bridge across these glaciers. How are you going to do that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it had come to shore and we were
I thought we'd gone back to shore too, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, because the tracks are over here by this glacier, right? This is the seal.
Okay.
The seal marks where these tracks are. The tracks go this way.
All right. Can they see us from the shore? Can the
No. That's like 3 miles out.
Okay. Right.
And effectively, you will very soon discover that the Dark Duchess is clearly not on the shoreline. So getting the sleds up to them, quite tricky. It's on a glacier.
Okay. Hulla, man, I hate to do this, but all right. Hang on. I am going to take a tiny Barry, can I see your book for a second?
Yeah, sure.
All right, I'm gonna tear a tiny little piece off. I'm gonna write tracking beast. I'm gonna have Andy fly back to the people. I'm gonna say find, and then have a little tiny piece of parchment, a tiny little ribbon. Fly back, give them the parchment, and it says tracking beast west, and then have Andy come back.
That's
Southwest,
smart.
specifically.
That's a good idea.
All right then. So you do track it. You can give me an athletics check. There are some locations where you have to take the same leap that this creature did, and whatever it is possessed enough strength that it is able to launch itself from one edge of the glacier to another and not fall in the water.
Oh my God.
Oh Lord, Ashanti, no. Oh God, that's horrible. Ashanti, as you leap, you're following the bird, you're looking up at Andy, keeping an eye on it, when you should have really been checking this jump ahead of you. And as you leap, landing on one side of the glacier, you feel its weight suddenly shift slightly. But it's not just that, it's the slipperiness of the surface. And as you try to slide, it's like maybe you over jumped it. You like begin to slide over to one side of the other glacier and you slip off of it and land into the freezing cold water. I need you to give me a constitution save.
Okay.
I have to say, this is like some form of karma for devaluing my book.
Yes, this probably is.
Okay.
I tore a page on your book.
You asked to borrow the book, but you didn't say you were going to tear it apart.
I only tore a little corner off one page.
Okay.
But yes, I agree. This is karma.
Ashanti, you are not immediately stunned in the water. You don't just suddenly have this immediate like cryo shock, but you are in the water and immediately you feel your cold weather clothing is sodden and it offers you 0 protection against the cold anymore. So now that plus 15 to your frost save is now a 0 effectively right now.
Can I help her out? Can I help her out of the water?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can get over to the edge. You see that they are like 10 feet down in the water. Like these glaciers are massive, so they resurface.
Throw me a rope.
I throw her down a rope.
How large is this gap?
It isn't large. It's a jumping distance, kind of large, and you would normally be able to make it, but
seeing our strongest character fail the jump, I'm just gonna teleport across.
Okay, yeah, sure, that will do the job.
Oh, come on.
Okay, 1 HP. Enjoy. It's actually dangerously narrow, these kind of jumps in some places where the glaciers begin to like collapse in on one another. Someone who would be down here without an ally above would potentially run the risk of getting crushed between them. Thankfully, you are able to drop a rope down to them, and as you're climbing up, Ashanti, you do see there is one nearby glacier that does seem to be drifting in your direction. There's no chance of it potentially getting in this narrow gully, but you do see it kind of bump into the other two glaciers. As you're climbing up, you just see the iceberg begin to just slowly turn, possibly from the impact where it kind of hit on one corner, but it like slowly turns and starts drifting away again.
I wonder if we found monster guys. I'm gonna wring out my clothes to the best of my ability to squeeze all the extra water out of it, and put everything back on as quickly as possible. So I'm gonna try to dry out my clothes. They're not gonna dry, but at least I won't be carrying around 50 pounds of seawater.
Yeah, give me a frost saving throw as well.
Yeah, I knew that was coming up.
If we find Geist's monster, it'll be fine. He'll probably just like absorb it into himself.
Do I have a level of exhaustion?
That is a fail, yes, I'm afraid.
All right. So
I know, Hulla, you can cast resistance, can't you?
I can cast resist. Yes, I can cast resistance if that would help.
Okay.
I would do that.
Would actually help. It would prevent them from getting hypothermia.
Okay. Can fail this. Add 1 to the save.
At the moment, we're on light snow, and it's only a DC 15. But if you fail by more than 5 or more, then you get hypothermia. So that 1 from resistance stops you from freezing over. You just get 1 level of exhaustion instead, Ashanti. But
thanks, Hulla. I appreciate it.
Sorry, it's not more. We need fire and warm clothes.
You need either spare clothes or a fire or warm. Yeah, you can't be out here for much longer. Like
I'll give her my coat so that she at least has some protection.
I will give Ashanti my spare winter wolf pelt cloak that I made because I'm just using that for style, not for any bonuses.
Thanks, guys.
Well, there you go.
Really appreciate it.
No worries.
All right, so
thanks,
you won't be making that save every minute, but instead you're the same every hour now, but instead you would just have the +0 instead.
Okay.
What happened to the spare common clothes that I gave to Hulla that time she fell in there?
I've got clothes, but not out here on the glacier.
Do you still have them, Hulla, or?
I don't remember having a spare pair. If it's not in my inventory, I must have given it back to you.
Oh. Well, I should have 2 then. And
I don't remember that we had an extra pair.
Yeah, I lent you spare common clothes when you fell in the water when we were fishing.
Because your wife packed you an extra spare.
Yep, she packed me a spare.
Wait, you're a dwarf and you happen to have half-orc size clothes? That's...
Yeah.
That was probably more like a crop top and shorts, but...
Yeah, it is pretty much like a crop top and shorts to you guys, but it's spare clothes. I'll let it to if you want it.
You can get into a spare pair of clothes. A big wolf pelt is a nice protection, but yeah, it's not what you're usually used to. Now, you're gonna both have to make that strength athletics check again.
Oh, I've got to try to make it, haven't I, as well?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Right.
I'm gonna take a run and jump and hope. Actually, before I do the run and jump and hope, I'm gonna use my Whispers of the Dead feature to, because I haven't used it this short rest, long rest, to gain
oh my God,
proficiency in athletics.
Both get 13.
You're gonna guidance them one by one, like stand by the edge and like give them a.
Wait a second, I'm not ready. Okay, now go.
Just a second.
Okay, perfect.
Nope,
so that's a 13 for Hulla, a 13 for Ashanti.
Where's the bit that gives me?
And
okay, I think that's working. Is that giving me proficiency? It didn't give me proficiency, so this should have a +2 to it, whatever it is.
Okay, alrighty.
It's a 9.
9 plus.
One more D4.
10.
10.
Looking for her 12. Fuck. Oh lord.
Wealgeist. Can I, as I'm about to fall, make a dex save to stab a dagger into the side
into the wall? To try and like scrape down and hold on.
Yep.
It's kind of all happening like almost immediately. Slipping away, you try to slam your knife in. I'll tell you what. Give me an attack roll with your dagger.
Okay. Come on, dice. No. Well,
nope.
14's not terrible.
No, it's not. But it's not what I wanted to get a firm dig into the ice, and I'm afraid you do scrape down and slide away and into the water. But the rest of you guys are very close and nearby. You've all made it across, and you can actually pull him up onto that side now if you wanted.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Is that it? Do we have to make a check for that?
No, you've got the strength to do it, but the bad news is we now have another character with 0. Roll me a con save real quick, of course, because you are in the water. Or you can use wisdom saving throw, whichever's highest.
Does my Boots of the Winterlands give me any protection from that? Because it says you can tolerate temperatures as low as minus 50 degrees Fahrenheit, so...
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries then. The cold shock is warded off from your magical boots that kind of give you a quick burst of heat to compensate for this. But I will ask you to roll a frost saving throw once you get back up out of the water, and I'll just
without any bonuses to it, right?
Doff your clothes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So sorry that. So it would be an 18. Yeah, I forgot to take off. Bonus. It didn't come up with a thing that it would.
Can I give resistance to that as well? Not that he needed it.
Yeah, you can, of course. But yes,
just for the boost. Okay, good.
I'd offer you common clothes, but Ashanti's wearing it as a crop top and short still.
Well, I suppose technically, because they're magical boots, I would still have boots, right?
Yeah, you would.
So I've still got
warming your feet at the very least.
So I've still got a 5.
Does he have to take a level of exhaustion?
No, he passed.
Okay, and
it's only DC 15 out here, thank God.
Okay, all right.
Okay, after that endeavor, crossing, and this check isn't just for like one, but rather like over the course of several ice bergs that you're jumping across, you finally land out onto this flat glacier, and the light wind slightly obscuring your vision, but nonetheless, it seems Andy has found something and is circling back to you, and she kind of comes to rest on your shoulder, Ashanti, and lets out that kind of quick squawk.
Girl.
They found where this creature's lair is.
Good girl. Good job. You are the best owl ever.
So, this would probably be, like you mentioned, like 50 feet out from you, or 50 yards rather. So, music.
Is the lair inside the Duchess, or is it just a raised area in the ice? What are we seeing?
Up ahead. Yeah, so finally, after traversing this, the sea of moving ice, you see, well, actually, you hear it first. There's this kind of flapping in the wind, like this loud canopy or sail, and then you begin to see just the very tippy top of the crow's nest. The hull and rigging of this ship are covered in a layer of ice, and as you approach the towering ship, just covered in every plank in frost, is the vessel that you once crashed into the ice all those months ago now. It is the Dark Duchess.
Well,
It's amazing that you survived.
We didn't all survive, if I'm being honest, but
I'm glad you did.
maybe I should have stayed with the ship.
No.
I wonder what happened to the captain.
I'm glad
He did stay. That's the thing.
All right.
We were more concerned with saving ourselves and with anything else, and didn't intend to leave her this long. I don't think there's any getting her out of here.
No. Where do we search? Do we search the captain's quarters, the crew cabins, what do you call them down below? The bottom? The cargo area? Bilges?
Hulla?
The hull. Well, the hull is like in between. The down below is what we called it. The lower levels, but the treasure would be in the captain's cabin. I mean, he didn't let any of us hang on to any of that stuff. That's all.
I've never sailed before. I just know that it exists. Is the captain's cabin at the front of the ship or
it's
the
back very back? It's the very back on the first level. Yeah.
Okay.
Did the captain stay behind, or?
Well, he didn't want to abandon the treasure, and we'd been there for days, not moving, running out of supplies, and we didn't have anything. So we wanted to abandon ship and come to shore and see if we could get some help, or at least. But he wouldn't leave. He said that everything he owned was on that ship, and
it does kind of make sense, though. I believe there's like a sea rule about mountains and going down with ship.
It'll help me to get out of this wind for a few minutes, so let's go ahead and go on.
We can maybe start a fire inside.
Yeah,
I don't mind if we use her for firewood.
So I just want to point out that judging from your direction, the way you've traveled north, then back on yourself, southwest, you estimate you're probably only about a mile out from the shoreline.
Okay.
But you just couldn't see it from the shoreline. You were looking probably either in the wrong direction. There's light snow it's lightly obscured with light snow, technically. Plus, it was impossible to try and get there without the larger glaciers to cross. So that being said, if you got word to 607 where you are, it's potential that he can join up with you guys without having to go the long way around. But
do you think you can send Andy? We should let 607 and Barry know.
Barry, can I have that book again?
Faith, no, yeah.
No.
Faith, sorry.
Okay. We have to send word. I guess I am so cold.
Can I just can I just give you one of the corpse meat posters?
Yes. I'm sorry. I should have asked for that. just if you can write a note to 607 and let him and Faith know where we are.
I am already starting a fire on the deck of the ship.
Well, are we actually on the ship?
We're not on there yet.
Oh,
I was just saying this before you get there.
I think of what I'm going to write on it, and I decide the best thing that might entice 607 is Hulla needs help burning the ship.
There you go. So that message arrives quickly to you, 607, and the position of them relative to where you are, just like a mile north on one of the large flat glaciers. Did you want to start progressing your way there, or are you happy to sit here and wait? That's up to you.
This is me now?
Yeah, I'm asking you because I'll say that Andy gets there pretty damn quick.
I'll start progressing my way there. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Faith will.
Yeah. I was sort of along the shoreline as much as possible. I don't want to be going anywhere near icebergs or water.
Faith asks, "Should I stay with the rest, or shall I come with you?"
Well, we can take all the axe beaks with us. Why don't we all go together then?
No.
It's gonna be hard. They mentioned something in the note that they had to cross icebergs to get to this particular location. It's not on the shore. The Dark
But
Duchess.
they could get there from the shore, couldn't they? Do they have to take the same route that we did?
They can. No, they don't have to take the same route, but they do have to cross some icebergs to get there.
Yeah, and they're not going to cross with the sleds.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know that, do I?
You make it's very evident as soon as you get to the shoreline. There's no physical way to, like get the sleds across unless you have like a large bridge or magic. I could tend to just like.
I don't have magic that does that. No.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, well then, you'll have to just navigate some of the icebergs on foot. The sleds are just not going to make it, so they can hang back with the axe beaks and sleds.
Yeah, and bits.
She says, I don't mind just, yeah. She says, I'll keep the axe beaks here and well fed. I'll look after bits. You guys, it sounds like they need you, 607. I'll hang back.
All right, I guess I'm heading out.
Okay. The rest of you guys, do you wait for 607 or are you going to head in and just start setting up this?
No.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, can we please go inside for a few minutes?
Actually, let's go into the galley because there'll be a stove there.
Yeah, let's get out the wind and such.
Yeah.
All right. In that case, then, I'll take you to the map. The Dark Duchess. You've come from the northwesterly direction, so I've put your tokens up there. Now, as you approach, I have another piece of art for you. Okay, yeah, this is cool.
Okay, so you see that bit at the very back there where it rises a little bit higher?
Yeah.
That's where the captain's cabin's going to be.
Okay.
Just under that high bit.
Okay.
This creaking relic is it's a marvel that it's still here, still stuck here, Hulla. It's like all the memories of the time you served on the ship come flooding back to you, and you almost experience a white out of your own, where you just have flashing images of when you were aboard the rigging. You can picture crow's nest coal up at the top. You can already smell the kind of galley scents coming up from below. It's all kind of flashing back to you.
Except that this is not anything. I'll say this to Ashanti. This is not anything like what it used to look like. This is like a ghost or a skeleton. If you could picture with the sails fully up and blazing, flags flying from all the masts, and people working on the ship in the bright sunlight and the blue of the ocean.
How many people were on the ship?
About a dozen. No, doesn't take very many people to run a ship like this. Especially if you're...
How many escaped?
I've never been sailing. I've heard stories, and it sounds incredible.
There's nothing like the sense of freedom. But yeah, come on, I'll lead you down.
How many of the dozen escape?
Just me.
Oh.
Maybe so the captain?
When you say...
I don't know.
When you say a ghost of a ship...
Well...
Don't think there's actually ghosts around.
If anybody's here, it's going to be Captain Blue Moon. If there's anything left of him, this is where I bet it would be. And I bet it's in the captain's cabin, right where we need to go. But, like I said, he was the only one who wouldn't leave, and he wouldn't listen to anything we said. We tried to get him to come, but... He wouldn't leave the treasure behind. He didn't even care about the ship. He just said to come back for him when we had some way of getting the treasure away.
Okay. Well,
From the waterline, there is a 10-foot climb to get to the main deck. The sides of the hull are way too slippery. Like there's a thin layer of ice over everything. But does anyone have any climbing gear?
I have
other
rope and I
ideas?
have a grappling hook as well.
Perfect. And Hulla, you came prepared. Do you want to say that you basically throw it up onto the gunwale?
Yeah. Let's throw the grappling hook up and with some knotted rope so that we can climb up.
Okay. Just give me a strength check, Hulla, with your proficiency, because I'm gonna treat this like this is like sailing vessels.
Okay.
You would know where to kind of go. So there's a reason why I'm asking to roll this. And that's because as you're looking around the front of the ship,
actually add a 2 onto that for proficiency.
Yeah, so 20.
Yep.
You notice that some of the gunwale is like bowed, like bent, and there are sections of the wood that have basically just snapped away, and there's even like these big indents into the front of the ship, and a lot of the rigging at the front has also been torn, snapped, and like the ropes, some of the ropes have been cut as well in odd places, like nonsensical places. So as you're looking around, you're trying to find an area where the gunwale looks intact, but you do find one, and you are able to get the grappling hook up there. But what was your question?
I was going to ask if it looked like it was done deliberately, or if like was it cut? Has the planks been cut evenly, or does it look like it broke? Like the ice pushed it, squeezed it so much that the planks broke.
Well, the gunwale is up 10 feet above the glacier, and so there would be no risk of it kind of bending or breaking there. But I will say that you're climbing up the rope and you do get onto the actual deck. You definitely get a bit more information on what really happened here. The front of the boat is let's have a look. Yeah, the forecastle it's called is there's deep grooves gouged into the deck on this forecastle. The railing on the port side of the vessel is completely broken and slightly bowed, as if an immense weight has been resting on top of it.
Oh dear. Hey, hey Geist, I think your creature, whatever it was here too. It might have been this that did some of the damage.
Possibly.
See those marks?
Now I'm gonna loosen the straps on my weapons. So unbuckle buckles and get to things quickly.
I'm not waiting for anybody. I'm going straight across.
Yeah, let's go to the captain's cabin. I want to warm up, but let's get the treasure.
Okay.
Can I drag myself?
You head down the steps, having to hold onto the rail. It is very slippery on these steps, and the creaking continues as you cross the floorboards up to the captain's quarters. However, when you arrive there, it's very evident that the entire door has been frozen over. It's not locked per se because you can't get to the lock. It's just completely frozen, sealed shut. Yeah. Frost covers everything.
Axes are for.
That's what hammers are for too. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what lock picking and stuff tools are for.
Well, once we get to the actual lock, but we'll slam the door with my hammer, to try and break the ice.
Just as you're perhaps like reaching over your back and grabbing the warhammer, and as the rest of your party are making their way across, and their footfalls are creaking on the wood, is when everyone aboard the ship hears a creaking from below, and then a loud thump, 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 thump again, followed by this guttural snarl of some creature just deep below and muffled, like.
I would like to turn myself invisible.
Yeah, you can cast invisibility. But it appears as though, Hulla, just as you're about to break open the ice, the ship is not as abandoned as it appears. What would you like to do?
What would I like to do?
Yeah.
Sounds like we need to take care of that before we do anything else. But I'm also going to see if I can cast, let me see. No, never mind. I was going to cast Locate Object, but I can't do that if I haven't seen it, right?
Right. Yeah.
Oh,
you
and
can hear it where it's coming from, though.
Well,
it's from the
okay.
hold. Yeah.
Well, I was talking about the treasure, but I think I wouldn't
right.
waste a spell if I think I know where it is. So I'm not going to worry about that.
Barry is scouting ahead by the looks. Holy shit, Barry.
Okay, so I go down to the edge of the big hole in the deck and see if I can look down.
Yeah, I'm looking down the stairs.
Oh, that's where I am.
Perfect. All right, so I'll pause just a moment. Guys, you're probably with Ashanti here.
Yeah.
Hulla, there is a massive hole in the main deck, which is a little bit concerning to you because you don't remember coming under gunfire or something of an explosion as you left. You weren't even carrying that much gunpowder, in fact. But sure enough, yeah, the main deck have been cracked either from frost, but there's a large hole exposed, and the planks around the hole are marred with deep grooves as if heavy claws had dug into them and like ripped them open. As Barry, as you're looking from this direction, you can't actually see where the source of this creature is, but Barry, as you step to the bottom of the stairs, you might notice a creature.
Yeah, I start backing up very slowly.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And
you're seeing the back of it.
I whisper behind me to Hulla, like, are we dealing with this thing?
I wish there was a way that I could get you in and sneak you in to steal that treasure and we could just leave, but
okay.
We might have to deal with this thing.
I get to I'm just like, it's gonna be coming, and I get to the top of the stairs. And
well, he's not coming.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I get to the top of the stairs, and I bang on the deck, and then I'm gonna step back over this way. That's what I mean. I'm warning them. He'll be coming. Like
yeah. Well, what you saw is this. As you went down to the bottom of the stairs, you're completely undetected. The creaking and thumping is drowning out your own movements. It seems as though this beastly humanoid creature with leathery ice blue skin and this mane of mangy fur, there's like icicles hanging from his ears and nose. He is slamming with muscular arms against one door in the hole. Slamming, and he's not able to get through. And you can see that the door isn't actually covered in ice, but it must be barricaded instead. And it seems to be like sniffing at the edges of the frame, trying to get in as if it can smell something in there. And again, thump, thump, trying to break in.
Yeah. So, yeah, I go up to the top of the stairs to, like, about here. And then I just, I say that to Hulla, like, he's going to be coming. And then I thump on the deck.
Uh-oh.
I can't move my character at the moment, so...
Okay.
So
you want to alert the creature?
Basically, but I've warned everybody that he's going to be coming up the stairs.
I'm going to get out of the way.
So wherever everyone wants to be when I'm about to do this, they can be, but...
Okay.
Where are you coming
Or
up
are you
from?
waiting for 607?
Oh yeah,
Coming up from the hole.
Oh yeah, 6
Yeah, I
and
was about to say. Yeah, I was just like,
Okay, he's
wanna
not
do this
here.
now. You can wait a
I mean,
bit
they can.
if you
They
want.
can.
I
I'll just
know.
clean
I
up
think
at the end.
Barry remembered.
I don't.
Sure.
Well, to be fair, I've said it. I wouldn't have remembered because I'm kind of in the moment, and my invisibility only lasts so long. So yeah,
It only lasts an hour, doesn't it?
Does it last an hour? Oh, it's invisibility. It's
Yeah.
not greater invisibility.
Yeah, it lasts a whole hour, man. You're good.
All right.
In the interest of getting 607 as part of this, I will say that this creature isn't distracted by any noise around the ship unless it's loud enough, right?
But yeah.
This is
Okay.
a ice troll. The creature that Barritomus describes, it is a hideous monster of a clawed beast. It looks something like this.
Oof.
And
Looks like a werewolf.
Like. Oh yeah, it's
exactly the way the seal described. Exactly the way the seal described, though.
Yeah, it's like a bigger version of Ashanti.
That's it. That's why it's the seal new. In fact, where is the seal? Is it still with you?
I guess. So how
See?
it got up onto the ship, I'm not sure.
It sadly whimpers from below. Okay, well, 607. In this time, they've just explored the first main deck. I'll say that you can arrive in this span. I'll put you on the map down the bottom left. However, you've not got much light.
Yeah.
Do you have any way of?
I've lit my lantern, but I don't know if I did that right.
Light your lantern as well.
I'm gonna do dancing lights.
Can I let a rope?
You can do okay, perfect. All right.
How do I do like the lantern light? Because I've only got like the torch symbol.
I give him the heads up that we're about to go and fight a thing, and to get ready. Once he gets on deck.
Lantern light. Is it a bullseye lantern?
Am I on the edge of the map?
Yes.
There you go. You are at the edge of the map, yeah.
Cool.
Oh, okay.
So Geist has that sort of sitting on his waist, like hooked on.
Very bright.
Oh.
Okay. Barry, you see a rope suddenly lower over the side of the gunwale here, and do you want to climb up?
Yes.
Okay. You get up to the top, and you see Ashanti, Hulla, and Geist. He's here with the lantern.
Yeah, I'll let him know of I'll be fighting
You
for all or something.
You hear Barry's voice right next to your ear suddenly.
And get yourself ready to where you don't want to get hit.
Oh, so I should have stayed on shore then.
The lights might.
Yeah, but
it's colliding with something. Oh, because it's on a different level. I think.
If
I'll just
you
move it
had
over.
stayed on shore, you wouldn't get to burn the ship down. Hulla, can you open the door while we are distracting the critter?
What I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to the very top of the quarterdeck here. I'm gonna tie some rope.
Where is the troll? The troll's down underneath.
Down underneath.
Yeah, in the hole.
Below decks.
Okay.
I'm just about to alert it.
I'm gonna tie some rope to the mast, and I'm gonna drop down behind, so like right here, over the side of the ship, because there's gonna be a window there, and I'm gonna try and get in through the back.
Oh. Into the
captain's quarters.
Troll.
Yeah.
It's. Oh.
Is it in the back here, or I thought the ice troll was like around here at the front, in the middle of the ship?
The ice troll is trying to get into the hull. It's below deck. The captain's quarters is one
here.
level down from you. Yeah, you're on the same level effectively. But yeah, if you lower down, you go into the captain's quarters.
That's exactly where I want to try and get the treasure in, so that we can head out.
Right.
Without alerting the troll. Go through the back.
The windows are going to be completely frozen over. So how do you propose to get those open without making a noise necessarily? You can hammer them. I'm saying, yeah, you can smash them to pieces if you want. But it won't be. It will definitely alert the troll, right?
if she's swinging on the rope with her boots in front of her, wouldn't she just burst through? I mean, we're not light creatures. We're big, bulky
Sure.
women.
But
I mean,
you might risk taking some shards of glass to the face.
oh,
You know,
I was gonna say,
if you wanted to be safer, you'd smash it open first. But hey, it's up to you, really.
we're
If you want to do
Russian
action.
gymnasts.
Do we not just want to? Do we not just want to deal with the thing?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's two different things going on at the moment here, right? If you want to confront the monster, yeah, go for it. If you want to alert it to your presence, well, Hulla smashing through the glass will absolutely do that. Yes, that'll alert the creature. But
Well, Barry's
if you're
already
trying
done
to
that,
Yeah.
and it didn't seem to. It
well,
didn't seem to
he's
have
about
triggered
to.
anything.
He's a.
Oh, he hasn't done that
I
yet.
was trying to get no. I wanted to get
Yeah,
6 or 7 here because otherwise
Yeah.
he was. And he has an hour on the spell, so he waited long enough that 6 or 7 does appear. You're here. You can alert them.
At this point, I'm like, all right. So Ashanti's in place, Geist is in place, 6 or 7 are in place up there, and right, time to go. And then I do the thing not realizing Hulla's gonna basically. What's the word for it?
Repel.
Repel. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I'm unaware that was her plan. I thought she just was getting in place.
Okay.
So
All right. Yeah, I didn't think of the windows, but judging from the art,
there's always windows in the back there. The captain always has windows.
There's like a balcony in there usually. Yeah. So
all right.
I bang on the deck.
Dum, dum, dum. Immediately you hear the snarls from below, and you start to hear the scrape across the door as if it's clawing its way up, and then it appears at the bottom of the steps right there. I'm gonna have everyone roll initiative. Barry's about to. Oh fuck! God damn it.
It says there's no combat encounter.
Yeah, 1 second. I gotta.
Oh, I guess we won.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not quite.
How did I roll so well? The troll rolled even lower.
Okay, you hear the thumping at the bottom of the stairs, Ashanti, and it is coming up fast. What do you do?
Hey, which stairs? Can you ping where?
These ones.
Okay, I am going to move over as soon as its head is peeking, is like knee high out of there. I am going to take a big giant swing with my my halberd. So I'm going to try to whack it off, and I'm going to say, Andy, help. So Andy's going to fly over, and while I'm trying to whack it off, it's going to go in its face and try to distract it. No?
It can't. You can totally hold your action to swing. I don't think you can hold your action to help though with Andy.
Oh, okay.
So.
All right. Okay. Then Andy's just going to be flying around waiting for a command.
Okay. Yep. No problem. Geist.
This is the mast here, right?
Correct.
Is that big enough for me to hide behind for like stealth check?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so I'm gonna move to there. Probably cover my lantern, I guess. Or I'm just okay, whatever. Dice.
Sorry about that. Your creaking footsteps are heard, and it even makes the troll even more like haste.
Okay, then I'm going to ready my action to fire one of my fire arrows at its face.
Okay. 6 or 7. You're up by the helm.
Okay. Yeah. So I know he's coming up from those stairs.
That's right.
So I am going to place my Dust Devil right in there. Right in front of him. Oh no, that's a concentration. Shoot, I can't be concentrated on 2 spells. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna hold. Instead, I'll hold.
Okay.
Does he have a lantern there? No, but I want to be able to see the field better, so it's fine.
Okay. All right.
I will just hold my good old-fashioned chromatic orb for as soon as I see him, I will fire. And I'm gonna move up 5 feet just so I have a better vantage point there.
Okay, got it. And then Barry.
I'm holding second level. Second level.
Okay. No, you got it.
So I don't want to. I don't want to attack, and I don't want to cast a spell. So what I'm gonna do?
Just realized. Sorry to interrupt. Just realized holding a spell is also concentration. It actually is.
Is it?
Holding a spell is it is, yeah. And it uses your reaction as well to fire it. But I'm 100% certain it's concentration.
Is it holding a spell? Just
yes.
That even the spell itself is not concentration?
Even if the spell isn't concentration, holding a spell is concentration, yeah.
Okay, I guess I'm just gonna sit here.
Okay. Sorry to be stickler for the rules. It is well, Barry, what was your turn?
So in this spot specifically here,
yeah,
I am going to roll some ball bearings, so we can get a good old-fashioned Home Alone fall down the stairs action on it.
You are always turning horror into slapstick, aren't you? All right.
No, well, it's. I don't want to lose concentration on my invisibility, so I can't.
Oh, I get that.
Spell. So
baggable bearings. It's a DC 10 deck save. Okay, well they start falling down the stairs right as we, because they're gonna bounce all the way down, right? Like.
yeah, they'll be all the way down. They'll be from the top to the bottom of the stairs, then I guess.
Shit. Okay. Well, that'll be on his turn. Hulla.
I'm gonna change plans.
Oh, I liked your plan.
You like the plan? Should I stay here? Okay.
Yeah, I like the plan. I like the fact that you're going for the treasure. Because we have no idea how much damage we're going to do the ship, and if we cause so much damage this thing starts to sink, we'll never get that treasure.
That's a plan. That's a point. Okay, I'm going to rappel down.
Rappelling down? You're going to smash the window, yeah?
Smash the window.
Okay. Do you want to do it? I'll tell you what. There's action economy to have here. If you want to like kick through the window and smash through it and get into the room quicker, you can, but it'll be an athletics check. If you fail, you're potentially getting cut up by glass. Or if you want to take a slower route by using your warhammer to clear out the glass first, you can do that.
I said I was going to do the warhammer first, and that's what I'm going to do. Yeah.
Okay, so make an attack, and it should be a fairly easy hit, but you're holding onto one rope, lowering yourself. Yeah, that's enough. You do crack the window with one swing, and then another smashes through.
And I want to like smash the edges as well, so that there's no edges.
Exactly, yeah.
Pointy bits.
Perfect. And then you will be able to get in on your next turn, effectively.
Perfect. Okay.
It takes. All right. Cool. All right. Finally, we're at the ice troll, which begins bounding up the stairs, snarling furiously. And it immediately goes into the ball bearings. I'm going to have to roll its deck save. DC 10. And Ashanti, you also get your held action go off.
Oh,
and
that's unfortunate.
I get my held action as well.
Giant swing. The second its head is high enough up there, I'm going to aim for the neck. So, this is a called shot. It's a normal roll, or do I have to do something different?
Going for the head.
Yeah.
Okay, one sec. Let's just do dice. Oh, yeah,
I'm sorry.
But yeah, I'm just doing a regular shot with my fire key. Sure.
Oh, excellent.
Snap. Oh god. I imagine it's like slipping around on the ball bearings, gains its footing just in time to see Ashanti swing an axe, ducks under that, lifts its head back up like, and then shot right as its guard is lowered.
Sneak attack times 2, because
yeah.
So that's
that was nasty.
That's 35 damage, some of which is 2d3 of which is fired. No.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. It's on there.
Yeah, just making sure that it calculated that properly, because it's.
That's nasty.
Let me just check how the fire arrows work. So 1d3 fire, 1d3 piercing. So it did.
It doesn't do extra damage, but just noting that it is fire is enough.
Yeah, I'm just.
Have I got reach on these bad boys?
I'm just staring at that, seeing if those numbers add up. I think those numbers are wrong. Because that's done
2d3.
Well, it's done 2d6 plus 2d3 plus 2d3. Is that right?
I mean, it should be. Nah, that should be one or the other, right? It should be just.
Yeah, I think it's added the bow and the
5 damage. It has, yeah. So it's got 5 extra health.
Yeah.
Wow. Cool. All right. Well, the fire damage is most notable because, of course, you see its icy form exudes this freezing cold aura that Barry, Ashanti, and I think even Geist immediately feel. It is like the bitter cold sapping all of your warmth around you. And both of you are not wearing clothes either, which is, well, not cold weather clothes.
I am not naked.
You're wearing some clothes, but you know what I mean. Okay. Well, that whips around and it just feels like the temperature drops to an all-time low just being next to this thing. As you held actions, it is immediately going to let out a bellow and swipe at you, Ashanti, with its claw. Damn, missing. Well, that arrow has clearly sunk deep into its throat because that bellow came out like all kind of hoarse. It's going to then bite as well. That's going to be a hit. Jesus. Alright, that was nasty. Fucking hell. This damage is not only piercing through your skin, but you feel your flesh almost immediately frostbite as the weird gnarled teeth sink in. It's like this just emanates this cold and freezes over your limb. You're like locked in place suddenly. But it doesn't stop there either. I'm gonna... Can I get to you guys? No, I fell down.
It's gone. It's gone.
I did. I fell down.
It fell down, so it has to come back up the stairs again.
Oh. Well, I wanted to try and get towards Geist, but I think you're kind of behind the pillar. So you've basically got like half cover.
Yes.
So it's not going to get a good enough claw in there. I'm going to try and shove you instead. So give me an athletics check.
Oh, thank God for me gaining proficiency in this early.
Or acrobatics. You've got acrobatics as well, right? So you could have used acrobatics, but it's either way. Whichever's highest.
Oh, in which case, if it's acrobatics, that would be a 20 instead. But I win either way.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, looks like you win. The massive ice troll tries to like grab onto the mast and with one hand like back swing and swipe you off, pushing you, but there's all these little spokes of the wheel that's used to operate the anchor, and I forget what that's called. Barry probably knows, is it? And probably Hulla too, but yeah, it can't get you because you're like ducking in and out of these spokes. All right, well, that's gonna end its go actually. Back to the top of the round. It's Ashanti.
All right, I bite, unfroze my brain a little bit, and I am gonna rage. I mean, I was holding holding it back, but now I am absolutely pissed. And I'm going to say, Andy, help. So I am going to take my halberd back and take another giant swing. And wait, don't I get to do that with advantage?
Yeah, if you want a reckless, yeah.
No,
or
I mean,
if you
Andy's
say
helping.
Andy's helping. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Well then, yeah, roll it again.
Okay.
And make sure you're targeting the troll as well.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. That's what's probably going on. Okay, come on.
Should also technically have flanking at this point. You double right click, yeah. Try and double right click the troll.
Yeah.
That'll usually do the job.
No,
If not, then just hold down Alt and then left click.
Oh, I was holding down function. That's what I was doing wrong. Okay. All right. Swing.
Yeah, you're flanking.
Oh,
Barry's not.
Yes!
Oh my God! Well, there you go.
Yes.
Hey, this is why.
Yes. Yes.
Holy shit! Andy is doing something very distracting. Clearly pulling on its ear and yanking its head, just turning it around when you've got a clean swipe of the neck. Oh wow! That chops deep into his flesh, and you see it slicing open a wound. As it does, again, lets out this kind of bellow. Both of its arms come out to the side. And you see this kind of whipping, freezing cold around you. The floorboards suddenly fill with frost and rime, and it creeps up your boots onto your legs, Ashanti, and you take 6 points of cold damage just from its presence. But now it seems... No, it's cold.
Because of my rage?
No, cold damage is not halved.
Oh, okay. Sort of asking.
No, but that's your turn then, Geist.
Right. This thing is up. This thing just managed to hit me, so it's technically I'm in a threatened
melee,
square.
yeah.
So bonus action disengage.
Cool.
Oh.
Your
Guys fell.
Okay.
No, he's not fallen, but this area here is like basically the front door of another.
Yeah. So
area.
because it seemed to not like fire, and it seems quite cold and icy, I'm gonna go for another fire arrow.
Oh shit! Sorry. As you're retreating away.
Well, that do the damage?
You've got cold resistance.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that works. It's just that you've got the winter boots, right?
Yep.
So it halves it. So that was 7, but then reduced to 3. So yeah, as you try to retreat, you realize just like stepping back and onto the floorboards, this kind of
only do 1 damage to me?
Creeps up. Really?
Yeah.
That shouldn't be right. Should be just 3. Did you have temporary HP?
No. It just says 15 minus 1 for some reason.
There you go. Take an extra 2 then. There you go.
It's like... Wait, it's like it did half the 3d6 and then halved it again? Because it's like the actual damage says floor 3d6 divided by 2, and I don't think that's my resistance.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it. It's 3 damage.
But either way, I hit it with my that, and it can have some sneak attack damage on top of that. It's another 9, so that's 17 damage in total.
Ooh, boy, yeah. Well, from that, it is wounded. And just letting out this kind of groaned pain.
Not that I have any of them left at the moment, but just for quick reference, with Sharpshooter, how would that work with the fire cage arrow? Because obviously it does half one damage, half the other type.
It would do weapon damage. It would do the weapon damage, not fire damage.
So it would just be on the piercing.
Piercing, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. 607.
I mean, I'm just going to do what I was planning to do before. My target is blocked by a wall. Where's my target blocked by a wall? Oh, it's because I'm leaning over the railing. It's the decking. Okay, I'm just gonna move my.
Yeah,
I'm gonna move
go
down
from
here so I can, and then I can hopefully hit him. But I'm not actually moving.
Yeah, that's fine. They are one-way walls. So. Oh man.
That was spicy as well. Oh.
Whatever.
Yes. I'm afraid that fiery bolt orb. He smells it coming, the sulfur in the air, and he immediately bats it away. Just the frost kind of on his arm, like seems to buffer the explosion. And Barry, I see you moving around. You're right. It's doing fucking half, isn't it? Very strange. Roll me a Constitution save.
Oh, is that just from being near him?
Yep. Concentration check.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Okay. Well. All right. So you hold invisibility.
3 nat 20s.
Except you didn't roll it correctly.
What?
It's all good though. Don't worry. No, you didn't. You didn't click the pop-up that came up. It's fine.
Nothing.
It's still invisible, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still invisible. But nothing came up on my screen, so I just made the roll for you.
And you're still concentrating.
Yeah, I am going to pop out of invisibility with an Eldritch.
Bye. Yeah. Okay. Go for it.
God damn it. So I'm stood where I am now, but I've got to be there to actually hit it because of the wall situation. And that's 20.
Oh, well, there you go. You got another nat 20. See?
And knock it back 10 feet into the hole. So it's going to fall down.
You bastard. Oh, Lord.
That's why I moved to the...
Yeah. That drop is... Let's see. I think it's only 10 feet. Yeah. Ceilings of the lower decks are 10 feet high.
Then he's going to go all the way around. Come upstairs.
Sure.
There's ball bearings.
Roll me a d6. For the full damage.
Yeah. Fuck.
Okay, so he takes an extra 4, right?
Yeah, an extra 4.
So he smashes down and cracks his head on the lower deck. Okay, he's not having a good time.
And then he has to come back up the stairs to the ball bearings again.
Oh god. Ugh. What the fuck is wrong with this token, honestly? I'm gonna quickly refresh. Can't move the goddamn shite. What was who's up next? Hulla?
Is that Barry's turn? I think it's me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
you're
it's my turn to get
through
the door. Yeah.
Okay. In that case, switch out the music real quick. It's been a long time since you stepped foot into the captain's quarters. It is now completely derelict. But there are still signs that someone was in here at some point. So.
Okay. Is there any sign of the captain himself, a corpse or a skeleton or anything?
Yes, there is. A human corpse is slumped against the port side wall. Its left arm draped across part of a heavy chest that's tucked into an alcove under a staircase. The skeleton wears a jacket and a wide-brimmed hat that hides most of its skull. Under its right arm is a captain's journal, and the floor is strewn with empty wine bottles. This seems to be the sad sight of your previous captain.
Did you say he's slumped over the chest? Yeah. Is he sitting or kneeling or?
He's slumped, so he's like leaning his arm, like legs outstretched, back against the wall, arm over the chest. Yeah.
Okay. I kick the corpse off the chest. Yeah.
Right. Sure. Yeah. The clatter of his bones collapse, and the hat falls off the skull, and kind of falls upside down onto the floor.
Is he recognized? I mean, I'm assuming it's him, but would I have any reason to believe it's not him? Like that he's dressed as the captain, he's got the emblem, he's got the hat, he's got everything.
Yeah, there is still something strapped to the skull, and that is his eye patch. He was missing his left eye, and that is unmistakably him. There's 2 bandoliers, either like over his shoulders, he used to wear, and and a scimitar, still sheathed in its case. This is unmistakably the remains of Captain Blue Moon, and a fate you kind of came to expect, but a little almost anticlimactic, having reached all this way.
Yeah. I kick him in the chest again, and then I'm gonna steal his weapons, or salvage his weapons rather.
Sure.
And I say, salvage law of the sea, as I grab everything off of him that's valuable that I can take.
Okay.
Just completely unceremoniously.
Sure. You see the chest is, however, locked. As you try to like kick it open and such.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what. You might be able to give me either a perception or an investigation check as you look around for maybe what would be a key.
I'm going to do perception. See if I can see anything. Not a lot. Can I get into that?
You can, yeah.
Okay,
15
is better.
You check around the room, all these empty wine bottles, you're kind of like kicking and they're spinning away. But then you realize where you like kicked his body over and his hat kind of fell away. The hat is like now upside down, and the symbol of which at the front of the hat it's a curious symbol, but you know it well. It's a red eel wrapped around a golden trident, and with it kind of being upside down, it kind of gives you a different perspective on it. You know, when you've seen a symbol for so long and then you see it from a different angle or upside down, it kind of takes you aback for a moment. You look at it in a new light, and to you, the trident, it kind of has like little teeth on the actual sides of the trident that you hadn't noticed before. The prongs, they look like the pegs of a key.
Interesting. No wonder he was never without his hat. Do I have time to grab the
you can.
Badge? Yeah.
Yeah, as you head over towards the hat and you're about to pick it up off the floor, is suddenly when you see a brief kind of fog fill the room. It forms and swirls around and begins to coalesce into a hand that slowly reaches and picks up the hat and places it upon its on its head.
Oh my god.
And says,
"What?
Now that's no way to treat your captain, Hulla Blat."
You're not my captain anymore. You haven't been my captain for quite some time. You're nobody's captain now. Give me the hat. Let me make use of the treasure.
I have been waiting for you to come back. And so long as you set foot on my ship, you're under my command. So you should be following my orders.
Last time I followed your orders, we ended up beached on a glacier. You've lost any authority you once had. You don't have a crew anymore. And I'm certainly not yours.
He starts like gritting his teeth and drawing his saber. So, it's mutiny then. And I'm gonna roll him onto initiative.
Oh no!
Captain Blue Moon.
I thought he was dead. Why can't he be dead? It would have been so much easier.
Oh, he looks very much dead.
What did I say, Ghost?
You best start believing in ghost stories, Hulla. You're in one.
Is the ice troll still alive?
Oh yeah, God. Let's go back to that. So the ice troll.
Because he's not on the initiative. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Yeah, he's down there. Oh God. So he's right at the bottom. I've got to have to either jump or climb back up. For some God knows whatever reason, I can't move his fucking token, which is really frustrating me. But I need to get him up.
The power of the Eldritch Blast.
This thing is like 10 feet tall already. This guy's a large creature. There's no reason why he couldn't just literally leap back up instead of going up the stairs. He's massive.
But he does have a 10-foot reduction to his speed as well, so I don't know if that makes a difference.
So yeah. Well, yeah, it'd be he's prone, gets up from prone, Lance of Lethargy, plus climbing. So he's going to have to dash, in other words. But who to dash up to is the question.
Does he... Which way is he jumping up, and does he fall on the ball bearings?
No,
that would be hilarious.
On the stairs. He's climbing back up this way.
Thought he might have jumped up onto here.
I can't fucking move his token. It's fucked. Alright, whatever. I'm going to have to dash either way. So he uses most of his movement to climb up to here, and then he's going to use an action to dash and gets 5, 10, 15, effectively like that. No, actually, that's not enough movement. He's going to be roughly here.
Yeah.
Don't think you're out of danger yet, Barry, but yes. You see him climbing and clambering back up, snarling, and it looks down at its flesh that still has these searing arrows stuck into it. And where the frost is and Rime is covering his flesh, doesn't seem to be getting near the arrow wounds. Yeah, you shut down his regeneration, bastard. Alright, well that's his turn. Captain Blue Moon is up next, and the fog begins to dissipate from him as he kind of forms into a full entity here. You've got his weapons, however, he begins to drawing this kind of spectral longsword and begins to meet you in martial combat. Let's see. He's going to use his... Yeah, let's use the longsword effectively first.
Ooh, that doesn't hit.
That doesn't, does it? No.
You're out of practice, Captain. What's wrong?
Nah. Probably all that
long.
wine. I've been drinking non-stop since you deserted me here, but... That's all right. Just warming up. And he lunges forward again, trying to hit you. Seems you've learned a new trick or two yourself.
We haven't all been idle. Some of us actually work.
Curses. He is unfortunately out of actions there. He is just... He will bring around a small buckler, though, and prepare himself for any potential... what's it called? Retort. That is going to be his go. Ashanti. You're up.
Okay, Ashanti is going to say, Andy, help. And Andy's going to fly around, distracting him. So she's flying around, trying to distract him. And then I am going to take a huge swing with my halberd. And, okay,
So roll. Yeah, just roll that again.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not giving me roll with advantage.
Well, you have to hold down. You have to hold down Alt to do advantage. But anyway, that's still a hit. So 10 slashing. Actually,
Right.
you can roll a d4 as well for necrotic.
All right. D4 roll.
Okay, 4. Ouch. So 14, and also, totally forgot to mention again, being stood next to this creature alone is terrifying enough. The cold aura begins to seep into your veins. Holy shit.
Okay,
That's
relentless
going to put
endurance.
you on death's door. Oh, sorry, yeah, relentless endurance. You got it.
So, use ability.
It too looks like it's relentlessly enduring your attacks as you open up wound after wound on this creature. It's stumbling around, just trying to steady itself on the mast. Geist, is your shot.
Right, well, as I've got the distance, let's see if this works. I'm going to sadly, I'm out of fire arrows, but I'm going to steady aim. First of all, I'm not sure if that applied the steady aim to it or to me. I think that might have applied
just roll advantage.
Yeah.
Just hold down Alt.
Yeah, and then I'm also going to see if this works. And I've just tried applying, but no, I think that applied it to it, not to me, because I was targeting it. God damn it. Sorry.
Alright.
Trying new automations. Okay, let's see if this does what it is meant to be doing. Because I don't know if... No, it's not. It's managed to find something to automate that with. So, second.
Yeah, this is why it's probably best to just have the long bow with its own.
Well, I would, but then if I'm using different arrow types, it doesn't play nicely.
Okay.
So I was trying to work my way around that, but either way.
Take your shot anyway. Uh-oh, that's a hit. Oh, God.
And, of course,
Attack necrotic. It sinks right into the side of its head, and the troll staggers a moment, kind of near you, Barry, and once again you feel that freezing cold temperature before it suddenly drops and thuds onto the floorboard. That's going to end it. It's your go. 6 or 7.
That's me.
Right, fight done.
Yep. Now we should wait for Hulla to get back, and we're all good.
I don't think I've ever heard 6 or 7 say that.
I don't know that there's another fight going on, right?
Oh, right.
Well, can
I
we
mean,
hear?
there's some clanging.
She crashed.
Yeah.
She crashed the window open.
Yeah,
yep, I was expecting to hear a crash of the window open.
You can hear voices. Oh, Jesus, what are you doing? No, my ice troll. See, that's what I was talking about when I say I've never heard 6 or 7 say the fight's over. Because he's always the one to double tap. And in this instance, you're absolutely right too, because if he hadn't, then Barry would be taking another 3d6 cold damage. And you see the ice troll suddenly jerks as you launch this fireball into the corpse.
I'm going to lean over and warm my hands up against it for a second. Thanks, 607. I needed something warm.
Should I blast?
Yeah, you're welcome. Bonus action, can I get my spell slot back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Should I blast the door open to make it easier for Hulla to get out?
Oh, she's got the keys or something probably in there, right? The door's normally locked from the inside, and she's inside.
Yeah, but it's
Also
covered
blocked
in
by
ice.
ice. Yeah, not just.
Oh, yeah, maybe we should go down and start. Okay, yeah.
Barry, blast the door, because we need to get off this boat and...
Okay, I'll blast the door, and I Eldritch blast the door.
It leaves a tiny, tiny dent in the frozen door. It's completely encased in ice.
Oh, it doesn't, like, the force damage wouldn't affect it?
Does pretty much fuck all, yeah.
Oh. Well, that didn't work.
It's gonna. It did. It did a tiny chip. So 1 hour more of Eldritch blasting, and you might make it through.
Well, that didn't work.
Yeah.
I guess we just go up top and we hold the rope ready for when he needs to climb up. No. Yeah. I'll get to as far as I can go.
Okay.
That's my movement.
So meanwhile, you do hear the voices continuing in the captain's quarters, but Hulla, it's your go.
Okay. I didn't prepare a whole lot of combat spells, but I'm going to cast Bane on the captain here.
Okay.
Oops. There we go. Cast, which is an action.
Yeah.
I said, all right, you missed the first 2 times. Now see if you can try that again.
Curses, Hulla, and your witchy magic. I always suspected you of some sort of black witchcraft aboard my boat.
And can I also go up and yell out the yell up to the top? There's a ghost down here. If anyone has magic and can come help, that'd be cool.
A ghost? Not just
Isn't that what you are?
I feel very much alive, Hulla.
I'm sure you do. Unfortunately, you're dead as a doornail. And it's a real shame to see a formerly, charismatic man cast so far down. You can't even hit me anymore. What does that tell you? You used to hit me all the time. Do you remember?
It just gets angrier and angrier, and you see him beginning to swipe at you, clearly like taunting him into continuing that offense. He is gonna lunge forward with his longsword. I'll see if it's ultimated. Yeah, it is. It's getting a minus a d4, which would have hit as well
Yes.
had it not been for that.
Excellent.
That Bane is doing work. Oh, and again as well, another miss. Thanks to the d4 rolling a massive 4 and reducing it to a miss.
Amazing.
You were always the weakest, the meekest, Hulla. You didn't deserve death. But I should have tossed you overboard.
I was your crew. You should have protected me. You should have taught me. What did you teach any of us except not to hate each other?
Ha! You were a waste of rations. I thought I disposed of you, but the boys, they foolishly chased after you. Nearly got themselves imprisoned. And for what? This scrap of meat. Nothing. Good for nothing, swabbing. Ah! You're a bad omen. You're the one that got us caught in this blasted ice.
Me? I wasn't the one who came up here. You're the one who wanted to go back to the prison. To chase those people. You should never have sent me away. If you're gonna kill me, just kill me. But sending me to that place, setting me up that way, that was beyond cruel. No wonder your crew left you. No wonder everybody left you.
He looks around at the emptiness of his ship and says,
The crew, yes. And where are they now, Hulla? Where is my crew?
They're in a better place than you are, that's for sure.
You would know, Hulla. You left with them when you deserted. So you're telling me they're all dead, huh?
Look, they're dead and they're happy. Which is more than I can say for you. This pathetic half-life surrounded by your, empty rum bottles and your gold? Sad. You need to move on.
At least they had hope under my command, a reason to fight. But it seems they didn't last more than a day under yours.
You
Where
think
did
they
it
were under
get
my
them following
command?
you? Well, they followed you, didn't they? Into that blasted ice. And you looks like you got some more meat on your bones. What really happened out there? Holler! Ashanti, we'll go over to your turn as that shit's going on.
Ashanti is feeling very bad. I'm down to 1 hit point, and I think I am just gonna crawl over to the mast and try to get out of the wind and just sit down for a second, leaning up against the mast. And then have Andy come fly and land on my shoulder. And,
Got it.
I'm cold, I'm hurt, and I nearly died.
Yeah, that cold wind that was whipping up from the ice troll seems to have been put to an end once 607 planted a firebolt into its chest. But yeah, nonetheless, you are still on the verge of dying here, so it's playing it safe. Geist, what do you do?
Right, Geist is gonna bonus action dash. I said bonus action dash. Me. There you go. Over to where the rope is. And sort of see if he can get a good sort of like leaning over, see if he can see into the window from his angle. So they can actually see what's going on.
Not quite, unless you rappel down the rope.
Can I see? Can I see the window itself? Enough to say throw something in.
Yeah.
Okay. Bag of tricks, don't fail me now.
Oh Jesus.
I've already had a seal today, so I guess I reroll. Well, I rolled I've got a seal out at the moment, so do I reroll?
Yeah, that is the seal. Yeah, it's not necessarily about having it today. It's rather if the seal is still out.
There's a polar bear backing you up, Hulla, in there. The room's big enough.
Cool, thanks.
Shivering particles. Where the hell did this come from?
Oh, I've got all kinds of allies now. You wouldn't believe some of the things that I've seen.
It's unnatural. Unnatural, Hulla.
And I mean, technically, it's my turn, so polar bear, attack any creature in there that isn't Hulla.
Okay.
Let's see if the polar bear can hunt ghosts.
I don't know if it can, but it's a good meat shield.
That is a fair point.
And it's from a magic
I'm having a hard time
item.
seeing it. There's not much light in there. I'm just going to point that out.
And it do it by scent.
You can shine.
I try to sort of lean. I try to sort of lean down and angle my bullseye lantern to give it some light in.
All right. Okay. It's still a miss anyway.
Yeah.
Claws. Just realized I should have flanking though. That's not a hit, even with keeping the highest, I'm afraid. Plus 7, 16.
So the first one would be a 16 plus 2, so yeah, or whatever flanking is. I don't know if that hits.
Yeah, if it's 16 plus 2, that does barely hit.
Yeah. I don't know what it's going to do.
Slashing damage, so it's only going to do half.
Hey, better than nothing.
All right. Yep. All right, the polar bear is swiping furiously in here. Just a bit of ambient light glowing from above is enough for it to get one swipe in, but its claws kind of pass right through the Captain Blue Moon, and it kind of only ruffles his translucent form. 607, you're up.
All right. I guess we have to go downstairs. So.
Well, Hulla's not downstairs. The door to the captain's quarters is there.
Oh,
You can go downstairs
it's
if
right
you want.
there. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
That door is locked though. It's kind of frozen over.
Oh shit.
Fire.
Fire. Yeah.
Maybe.
Try to burn it down.
We did ask you to
So-
come and burn the ship down.
Yeah, I mean, you did. That's true. Let's have a look.
Yeah, we just need to try to save some wood.
Okay.
Just haven't just took 5 points of damage from his own.
Yeah.
fireball.
think
Yeah,
he
because I was targeting
he
myself
might-
instead of.
If he lights himself on fire, no, there you go. You're back up.
And then hooks the door
Yeah.
because it's made of metal.
Entering the captain's cabin.
I just cast heat
It
metal on
is,
myself, and then.
That'd be
So
interesting.
it says here, I'll give you the rundown of this thing. It says using a miner's pick or similar tool, a character can chip away at the ice, breaking through it after an hour. The noise is loud enough to attract the troll. If the characters try to melt away the ice using fire, it takes twice as much time, but doesn't attract the troll. Of course, you're using a fire bolt, so it's more like instant burst of fire, but it's still the same situation where it doesn't just melt the ice, it's just chipping away at it. And so I'm going to tell you now, after 2 attempts to break it open with spells, you realize it's going to take way too long to get in there. By the time you break through, the fight will have been over. It is firmly covered in ice. And we're not just talking like ice that was like frosty. It's like the door has been like completely solid ice block. It's bizarre. It's
Ghost
not
frozen.
natural frost.
Ghost frozen.
Yeah, maybe that. You're not quite sure exactly. But I'm just going to tell you, there is more ice than what you've seen on the rest of the ship here. It's like something, yeah, like a magic has encased it in this block of ice. And that's doing very little.
Maybe we should concentrate on just getting ropes down and getting her out through the window.
Okay, well then, in that case, 607, Barry, you're up.
I will look over
There is
the
still
edge.
a rope there.
I will look over the edge to the balcony.
Mhm.
I don't think I've got enough movement to actually climb down, so I'm just gonna, the usual,
Hold
bounce
it.
myself down.
Yeah, you can get into the room if you like.
With 9
Nice.
extra temp HP. It's about time I got some good luck on that roll.
You come face to face with a ghostly pirate that is just staring with a one eye towards Hulla. They're having this
Oh.
back and forth retort as they trade blow after blow, Warhammer clashing with saber.
This isn't where I parked my cart.
Barry, this is Captain Blue Moon. Captain Blue
Alright.
Moon. This is a better
Uh,
man than you'll ever be.
I
And he's a dwarf.
think
So there.
you.
It's like we got stowaways aboard my ship.
Nope.
My ship now. I'm the
he
senior
is.
ranking crewman who's still alive.
Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! That's ridiculous. More ridiculous than my ghostly rear end. More,
Your ghostly
I'm
what?
more believable. Yes, you heard. Like, the fact that I'm back from the dead is more believable than that statement, Hala.
And with that, you see the lightning pass straight through him
I'm gonna try. I'm
and,
gonna use
and
my
connect into the
inspiration.
door. Oh, okay. Yeah, you
Oh.
can.
That didn't work. Roll d20 then.
Guy's got a small buckler that he's using to deflect the blow. But yeah, you can try it again. Ooh,
Oh,
nope.
man.
But you're concentrating on this, which means next turn you can try and launch again another bolt. But right now it's not connecting. It's like there's no physical form there. The swords, the weapons, they may have looked like they're made of metal, but it's just this kind of ghostly sheen that your lightning bolt passes through. Okay, back to the top. It is Captain Blue Moon's go.
Well, let's deal with these little rats scurrying around my vessel. He's going to turn the blade on you, Barry, for a moment.
Why?
Ha! On guard!
I just cast that spell.
And now it's gone. Just like that. Cut the ropes. And he's going to turn to you and try to end your concentration as well, Hulla. This might one. Oh my god!
It's a
the
mess.
fucking Bane. Yeah, your Bane rolled a
Unbelievable.
like a 4 again on the dice,
Nice.
and it does.
That's
appear
finally
that
one of
you-
my debuff spells is working. Usually they don't
Oh,
do
yeah.
shit.
It's missed 3 attacks now, thanks to that. And yeah, you absolutely are proving to be his undoing in this matter. Awesome. Well, that's his go. Oh, actually, one more thing. It's a bonus action. I'm going to use his Martial Fury, which is on Barry, because I hit against you, didn't I? Yeah, that's going to be nasty. This is where the terror of this ghostly commander truly takes form. And you see the spectral energy sort of release from him as he strikes into Barry. And this necrotic damage racks your body, Barry. You take 10 points of that.
Okay.
I don't think you've got, you have no way to kind of resist necrotic, do you? Necessarily.
No.
Yeah, and he like pulls out the blade. You see it kind of sapping your life away, and there's like this coalesced energy around the edge of the sword. Like scuttle their hides. Ashanti, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to, like last time, bonus action to keep my rage going, and I'm going to shout, Geist, what's happening? So I'd like to find out what's going on down below.
Hulla's fighting a ghost.
All right.
I think Barry's just gone down there.
Okay.
If we can get down there and you have a way of hitting a ghost, then yes. I sent a polar bear down there.
Is she trapped, or can we get her out of there?
The door seems to be frozen over and the fire's not doing much, so the only way she can really get out would be to get to the rope.
Okay, if we can't get through the door, can we go down into the hull and blast upwards? Have them fall through down to the hull and then go up the stairs?
You'd have to go through the door, which is barricaded, because the ice troll was trying to get into the hole, which is directly beneath the captain's quarters, and that was locked.
I don't know any of that because I'm on the upper level and I know that nothing about ships. That's why
Barry described the ice troll trying to get in through a door but couldn't.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the pounding you heard.
Okay, guys, let me know if I need to be up on my feet and moving. If not, I'm gonna rest just a few more seconds and then be up on my feet. So I'm just going to stand up and just lean up against the mast for a moment and just hold my action in case something comes up those stairs.
Gotcha.
Okay. Geist is just going to sort of consider what he can do. Moment.
Yeah.
And then he's like, White Lady, can you let me hit ghosts? Is that a thing you can do? You can imbue my attack with ghostly power.
The White Lady does speak forward into your mind, but she seems as though slightly hesitant. This soul is restless, still clinging on to something here. he is still hoarding that gold, perhaps some other unknown treasure. But if he is held by something material, perhaps that can be used against them.
Okay. I call down to Hulla. Hulla, it's I've got an idea. I'm gonna leave the polar bear fighting with you. I'm gonna go try something.
Okay.
And,
Trusting you here. Thanks for the polar bear.
Yeah, Geist is gonna head down the stairs, avoiding the ball bearings, because he knows they're there.
Yeah.
And
with the ball bearings.
Also, did you miss Hulla's turn that round? I think Barry just said, because he did.
Barry and straight to captain.
Oh, it did, didn't it? Oh, apologies. Let me just check something. You'd have to move half speed through the ball bearings, by the way.
Okay. I'm all the way up here, so.
Yeah.
I'm.
You know, while you're moving, I'll take it quick to go to Hulla's turn.
Yeah, I cast Cure Wounds on Barry.
Ah, okay. Sorry, I was looking for...
Previous roll of Cure Wounds is not completed. What does that mean?
Okay. Just click discard.
Discard, yeah. Cast spell, please.
Okay. So you got 10 points of healing. That's exactly the amount you took from the ghostly prisons.
Okay, and then I guess I'm gonna have to bonus action dash, but I'm at half movement for that, so I'm like get down the stairs.
I respond with a bow to Hulla and say, "Oh, Captain, my Captain."
Thank you for coming when I called.
And I will have the polar bear do its attacks.
Its attacks. Okay. That's a miss again, I'm afraid. Using its spectral buckler, it's able to bat away the bite.
Yeah.
And the
but at least the
pass through its ghostly form.
Yeah, the polar bear is trying to help, but it's struggling.
Okay, 607.
Does it get advantage with flanking?
It gets a +2, but that's
about it.
Gets
a +2 for flanking. Okay.
Oh.
Wait,
yeah,
did it
just
apply?
On the other side of the
I don't think it applied that +2. That first one should have been a 17. That hit?
No, it did.
No, because the +2 is its proficiency on the attack. Its attack roll is naturally a +7.
Oh yeah, what the fuck? It's even got the flanking icon on it. So it's a 17, yeah?
That's oh, okay, but yeah.
Yep, this thing. Your pirate captain was known for being an absolute fiend in the midst of combat. It was like no one could touch him in swordplay.
Oh, I know why it did, and it's because I clicked on the actual creature in the party list and
token.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Julian. Yeah, just on the other side of this door, you can hear the fighting, albeit muffled.
I went through the door. Should I have been able to do that?
No, you're not through the door.
Okay, I went through the door back. I'm through the door though. I'm
on my screen.
There we go. Okay.
You're like that is not. That's technically not through.
That's not the door. Oh, okay.
No.
Where's my dancing lights?
This is. Well, there's 2 different levels because there's. It's hard to describe. There are 3 levels to this ship, but effectively, in order to have you see underneath this decking, it needs to be put onto a different separate level.
Oh, okay.
So they are there with you. What do you want to do anyway? Just if you tell me, I can work around it.
I mean, I guess I gotta go down the rope thing, so.
I'm afraid so. If you want to get in that room with any swiftness, yeah.
Yeah.
But you can lower a light with you as well as you go.
I'll lower a couple lights to me and then try to go down the rope, I guess.
Okay, I'll drag you to this level. So yeah, now you're on the cabins level, and I'll get rid of a wall so that you can sort of see what's going on. It's like this.
Oh, geez, really close quarters. Okay.
Yeah, that wall is smashed.
Is the window's broken though, right? So I can see inside.
That's right. Yep, that's what you're seeing.
Okay. Do I have an action still?
As long as that wasn't all of your movement. No, you didn't dash to get here, did you?
No, I don't think
Came
so.
up. All right. What do you want to do?
I mean, same thing I do every night.
Oh,
Ooh.
fuck. Crit. Oh, wait. I don't know why it's rolling low. What is that? Keeping an eye.
It would have been a 13 anyway.
You know why? Fucking polar bear's thinking it's in melee. It's a friendly polar bear, guys.
So I thought that was a crit.
Sorry. No, so did I, sadly, but it's not. It is a 13 plus 6, is it? That's a hit.
13 plus
so you
6,
still
yeah.
do the damage. So it's still 21 points of lightning.
Lightning.
That
yeah.
stings. Yeah, it works. There is no resistance to this by the looks. It racks through his body, electrifying the spectral form within like a stormy cloud. But nonetheless, he's still standing, and the captain is looking even more pissed.
Hello.
He's just looking around like, just how many rats are aboard my ship?
I'm not a rat. Hello.
Barry.
I don't want to be here. Let's get to here with a good old.
Mm-hmm. Bad idea. He can't get to you from there.
Yeah, this is where I wanted.
He's
to
got
be.
half cover though.
I'm using the thingy bolt anywhere.
That's still roll to hit.
Oh, can I lean over? Go in.
Well, let me just say this. You're using another spell slot, yeah?
No, it's the same spell.
You lost concentration when he
I did.
fucked you up. Yeah.
Damn it. I guess it's just an Eldritch Blast then.
Okay.
Always said teleport onto the back of the polar bear like here, you'd still be out of his range.
Yeah. Could I do that and be on the?
That's fine. Yeah. Sure.
Which one is it? Shift. Right. And then
Okay. Just ducks away.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate that.
That's all right. Okay. Right. Back to you, Hulla.
Okay. I'm going to target El Capitan with a Sacred Flame and hope that it does some magical damage here.
No, not 20.
Oh, good.
He's still got a spring in his step. And he's got this kind of almost like drunken style, dodging out of the way, unpredictable movements as he sways around the room.
Looks like
how
that
did you
wine.
do that?
Sweet berry wine, Hulla. I drank a whole fucking crate of the stuff.
Well, I wouldn't know because you never gave any to the rest of us, did you? We had to make do with grog.
Every last drip.
You really were the worst.
Seems to be You see, he's like maneuvering around, and you're actually everyone else is fighting around with the bottles in the bottom of your feet, like kicking them from side to side.
Can't waste the good stuff on the swabbies.
All right, it's back to him, and yeah, he does continue to duke it out.
You gotta make a misstep at one time. Finally!
Oh, he got you. Okay. Well, I mean, like a concentration check for your
please,
thing.
please.
That's a success.
Yay.
But he won't hesitate to add the extra necrotic damage on top of that. Only 3, but and we'll see if he can also land his second attack real quick. Yeah. That's gonna sting.
Ow.
Okay. And another concentration check. Natural 20. Holy shit.
Very nice.
All right.
That's not when I needed it, but
you can ignore that concentration check because that one's just for the extra damage.
okay.
Okay, so yeah, he is fighting dirty, like basically doing these feints to lure your defenses into one direction, and then he kind of swirls around and attacks from another. And then he starts even using his ghostly apparition as a way of overcoming your defenses. So as you bring up the shield, he like passes right through it and then stabs you in your gut as the kind of cutlass just passes right through the shield momentarily.
Is he capable of taking physical damage? Like
Yeah, he is, but it's like rippling his form slightly. It's not as effective as the magic.
Yeah.
Ashanti, it's your turn.
Bonus action rage to keep up my rage. And Chris, I know that the door is frozen over solid with ice, but is there any wood that I can pick up or whack off? Because we're gonna need firewood tonight. So, like, can I in the boat, in that little life craft? Can I get the seats off that, or because I want to start gathering wood. So I assume that my friends are okay because nobody shouted Ashanti come here. So I'm going to try to
hear the rest of the shouting though.
I can hear shouting, but
I think Hulla did at one point say, "Come here and help me."
I did yell that up. Yeah, that's why you guys are here.
Right.
It must be the blood in your ears.
Yeah, I am. I'm going to gather as much firewood as I can and bundle it together. Cut a rope and then use the rope from the rigging to start tying bundles of firewood.
You got it. All right. And Geist, what are you up to?
Geist is looking for this. Yeah, Geist is looking for this barricaded door.
Okay, it's right here.
Yeah, he wants.
Poking around.
There we go.
Yeah.
Right.
The door is firmly shut. What do you do?
Does it look like there's any way, like, maybe there's like a slight edge to it that I could get like a dagger or something through to try to lift whatever's barricading it, or anything like that? Basically, I want to try to get this door
heavily battered. It has been thumped on to the point where you can actually see some damage to like the hinges, but something on the other side has clearly been stacked up against it. You can't see into the room, but there's clearly like something stopping it from being pushed all the way.
Can I see did you just say I can see the hinges of the door?
Yeah, the hinges are like buckling, yeah.
Can I unscrew the hinges to take the door off of its frame?
Yeah, you could certainly try that. Also, I want to mention there's something else in this room that you would only have been able to see once you got to this point and look around. Because I noticed you like spinning your token around. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, there. That right at the back of the Dark Duchess in the hole is a massive frozen pile of gold. It is heaps of the stuff. And there are 4 tied down jolly boats covered with Rime, but in the forward starboard corner rests that large pile of gold covered in ice. And standing next to the frozen hoard is also standing next to the hoard, frozen with its maw open in a roar, is also a white feline creature, completely sheathed in ice as well. But yeah, that's what you see. A massive treasure pile.
From this distance, do I see anything in the treasure pile that looks like it? Just at a quick glance, without looking too much in depth, do I see the statue that we're looking for?
Not at a quick glance, no. There's too much ice, and it's sort of opaque, but you can see the glistening of gold and gems. But like,
I mean,
yeah, there's too much ice. There's like layers and layers of ice covering it.
If
but yeah.
the Yeti if the troll wanted to break into here, there must be something in here. Because it's not just going to want to break in for the sake of breaking in. So I'm going to attempt to use my thieves' tools to basically take the door off of his hinges.
Okay. Yep, give me a thieves' tools check then. Okay. As you're unscrewing and pulling the hinges away, you hear voices from inside, and you would understand them because you speak that language. You speak Draconic. You hear,
No, it's back, maybe it's still alive.
Yeah,
But I heard fighting. Maybe they kill it.
Hey there, are you kobolds by any chance?
Yeah, it knows us. It knows us.
I'm not the troll. I killed the troll. Well, we killed. Actually, no, I did kill the troll. Specifically.
Actually, 607
no,
killed the troll.
607 stopped its regen, but I took it down at least.
All right. Okay.
I don't know that it needed to fire afterwards. I hit it. It fell to the floor.
Kobolds say, "You killed troll?
Yes.
How we believe you?
I'm still alive and I'm talking to you, and I'm not roaring and speaking. And I'm speaking your language.
Wait, yeah, that's good. That makes a good point. Doesn't need to roll persuasion check for that one. No. Okay. So, what do you want?
Well, I was wondering if there's anything in that room that looks like it might be important to a pirate captain. Like that might be tethering his soul. Like a skeleton, maybe? Or a hat?
What? No. No captain stuff here. Go away.
You do realize I'm going to have to come in and check. I can't just take your word for it.
Yeah, you can roll an insight check, and I'll say that's the rest of your action.
Yep. 12.
They don't seem to be, like, they were quite snappy and swift with it, though they clearly don't want you coming in here, probably because they don't trust you. If you're powerful enough to kill a troll, they clearly don't want to tangle with you. That was kind of more why they were snappy and hasty.
Yeah.
Because they don't know who you are. And their survival first kind of instincts.
Yeah.
Yeah. As far as that's kind of the read you get on them. Okay. Let's go back to 607.
So yeah. Shooting him the first time worked kind of well.
Okay.
So why don't we just keep on what's keeping on? And yeah, let's keep it at second level. Sure, why not? That's not going to do it probably.
No, it's a miss. Unfortunately, this guy is too quick. Not to mention that, but this spectral buckler again keeps knocking your spells aside. You can see actually in Hulla's other hand, like they've just looted the skeleton that lies on the floor, and they actually had the weapons that Hulla mentioned.
Yeah, I think that's my go.
All right, Barry.
Can I move? Actually, can I before I do anything? Can I move up the rope so I'm not in? Yeah, so I'm not in like line of sight.
Yeah, you can go back on to the gunwale.
Well, that was a nice turn.
All right.
Quick and easy, miss.
Yep, he's too fast. Again, I'll keep hitting it home until someone makes an idea, but that spectral buckler keeps parrying all your attacks. Hulla.
Okay, so the Sacred Flame didn't work, and it's not worth very much anyway. Let's try a Sundering attack with the Warhammer.
If only there was something to physically sunder, such as
a physical form,
such as the actual physical weapons. He has spectral weapons, but before you started attacking him, you actually mentioned that you wanted to pick his weapons up and loot them, so you have them on you.
Oh. Interesting. Should I try that instead? Can I try that instead?
Well, try what exactly specifically? Because you've got his longsword and his buckler, but before you, he appears to be wielding them in a spectral-like sense.
Okay. Are you telling me to use them, or are you telling me to break them?
Either way, I mean, your choice. I mean, you want to sunder.
I'm gonna sunder the buckler then.
Then I'll say for sure. As you do that, you smash the buckler, bending it and buckling the buckler, so to speak.
Since I have my and
as soon as that happens, you see his arm, the one that's holding it, look at it and says, "Ah, you can never trust Calcite steel." And he tosses it aside. Worthless junk.
Okay. Okay, so that's interesting. I can take away your weapons, can't I? I've already done it once. I can do it again. And well, I guess makes no sense to throw them away, but I'll destroy them in the next turn.
Okay, you dropped his AC by 2 by doing that.
Yeah.
Could be a difference maker, honestly. But he is still going to try come at you with his sword. Is it a miss? Yes, again.
I gotta count on the Bane to help out on this. Yep.
It did, and again. Holy shit!
Oh no, no. Well,
I think you're on 1. No, you're on 1. Due to relentless endurance.
Relentless endurance. Yep.
I would have also done martial fury on that, but it's of no use because it's the same damage basically. So yeah, he finally strikes true and hits right through what feels like your heart, but it was perhaps just an inch away from it. He pulls the sword back, bleeding out. You feel like the blood is like being absorbed into him, like it's this weird necrotic damage that tightens around your chest. You feel your skin going taut on your skin, and you look down at the skeleton before your feet as a reminder of what kind of fate will befall you here.
It's okay. I'm still up. I'm still up, just barely.
Seems these freebooters have got to be put in line. This is why I'm captain.
That doesn't make sense. We only have 2 feet.
You're next.
He turns to you.
Especially dwarves. They have no sea legs.
All right, Ashanti, you're up.
I have 2 legs I can see.
Oh, God. Where'd you pick this one up, Hulla? He's got fish for brains. And don't start making a joke about that either.
Okay, I am,
Where is Ashanti? Oh, yeah.
I'm right here. I'm still up top.
Mm-hmm.
Firewood, because I thought I had a healing potion, but I don't see it. So I must have used it or gave it away. And as
I see it. You've got it. It's in loot.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna use my action to drink my healing potion. So, all right, and
so if you roll 2d4 plus 2, we'll just add that as your health. And then after that, it'll be back to Geist.
Okay, so
and then roll another one.
Okay.
It's 2d4.
I'm sorry, I thought I did that.
That's all right. Oh, extra 1. Okay. Well,
Alright.
it's 5 health. So yeah, you're on 6.
Geist sort of looks at the door, which is off its hinges, and it's like, right, you know what? I'm gonna leave you for the moment. I've got better things to do, and
Good. Yes. Go away.
but I'm gonna come back and talk to you later. None of you are called Snorp, right? Hmm.
Well.
And then I'm gonna have it. Well, I know it's frozen, but I'm gonna try to have a look to see if the statue that we're looking for is in this pile of gold.
Okay. It's not visibly obvious. It's really going to take a fine eye to look for this.
Okay. Can I?
But give me a perception check. Okay. There is what looks to be like several layers. And when I say layers, imagine like the gold has been piled on the bottom, right? And then suddenly ice has been like formed over that layer. And then another load of loot has been piled on that. And then a load of ice is frozen over on top of that. And then another layer, and so on and so forth. So you get it. It's not just one pile, but rather 3 separate piles that have been deposited here and then frozen. Now, amongst them, as you're kind of like bending down, you have to get like down onto your knees to look. You can actually see between the layers. And in the 3rd layer, there is a statue with an archer. Yes, you notice it.
Hey, Ashanti, I know you're busy with stuff up there and the others are fighting, but I found the statue we're looking for, though it's kind of frozen in ice.
Excellent. Okay, let me come in to you. So, I will, I guess, on my turn, I'll go down there.
Yep. Was the perception check my action,
Apologies.
Chris?
Apologies, it's on the 2nd layer. I have to correct myself. It's on the 2nd layer
Yeah,
of ice. Was it your action to look at that? Kind of, yeah. It's like you do have to very carefully discern in a pile. I'm talking like hundreds of gold here.
Yeah, I know what I'm going to do next turn, but for now, Polar Bear go nom nom.
Yep, that's fine. Hey, now you're hitting.
Max damage too, which I know is hard, but still.
Cool. It is hard, but everything counts right now. Because this beast of a captain, at this point, you would have reckoned a mortal man would have been mauled to death by now. But the captain's form continually seems to evade the claws. It just kind of like tears his form like a gossamer curtain, and it forms back together again. But it is doing something, just not as effective as the magic. Okay, it's now back to 6 or 7. He's lost.
Okay, so first thing I'm gonna do is lower myself back down so I can see him again.
Mm-hmm.
And oh, look, your shield's gone. Okay, maybe this will work again then. Try it again. Oh, reliable.
Hey, there you go. Holy shit, big roll.
Nice.
Lightning damage. Okay, yeah. Sure enough, it's bursting his chest apart. The lightning is tearing his form, much like in the artwork. You can see it kind of slowly ripping away.
And then use my action, or the rest of my movement, sorry, to move back up the rope.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Barry, you're up.
One move, Barry goes again.
The one move Barry. They call it one move Oh no.
I'm going to use my boon. Try and make that a hit.
That's what you needed.
Yeah,
that's it.
Shield.
Right on money.
So,
okay, 4 point force. Now he's wounded.
I might I might. Oh wait, no. Actually, I'm not going to repel him because flanking at the moment is helpful.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah,
but you can lower his speed, I guess.
I'll lower his speed.
Okay. Yeah, you're finally making headway after these magical blasts tearing him apart. It is seeming as though this form cannot stay in this mortal realm for much longer. Hulla, you're up.
Okay, I hate to do this, but I have to cast Cure Wounds on myself because I'm the only healer.
Hey. I'm surprised you weren't doing it before.
Okay. Yeah, back up to 8. And technically you're still concentrating, right?
Yes, I
did
should
we ever
be.
roll concentration check?
We did. Yeah, we did roll
crit?
concentration for the bane, and it succeeded every time. We did.
Yeah, I'm just looking.
Remember, I got that natural 20.
Oh, I know that one, but that wasn't for the crit. I don't see it after the crit. I see you went to death's door.
Yeah, I think
you know what happened. It automatically got rid of it because, yeah. I do need you to roll 1 concentration check for the crit. Still DC 10 basically, but let's see if it's active. Constitution saving throw. Plus your modifiers.
Oh, sorry, it's a con
plus
throw.
3,
Never
right?
mind. Plus 3.
So 11. Yeah, that's a save.
Yep. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Cool. Right, so it is still baned, and I need to make sure I roll a d4 against that. In fact, actually, easier if I just do this to apply it again. Bane. Yes. Oh. There you go. Don't forget, you do have potentially your Channel Divinity if you either wanted to use it against undead or if you wanted to get a spell slot back.
Undead. But... Wait, Channel Divinity does that? What is Channel Divinity?
Yeah, it does.
Regain expended spell slot. Watch, I haven't used it yet.
Okay, alright, so back to fighting. Duking it out with Hulla. Again, he seems to have it absolutely out for you. That's gonna be a hit. Oh shit.
Okay.
Oh my god, you're on 1 again. Another con save. For Bane. Oh my god, nat 20.
Another nat 20 in the cons. Ugh, I don't need them now. What a waste.
No, that's useful. You needed to pass that.
You're definitely a lot hardier than I remember. But it matters little.
Looking around.
You're still going to die here. You're going to join me. Join your captain.
Oh, I'm not spending my afterlife with you. No, thank you.
I think with that... Oh god, no, he could still use Martial Fury on the first hit. He is going to drop you, but the second misses anyway. It will absolutely still miss. But you're right, it doesn't matter whether you roll that con save or not, because he's going to do his Martial Fury and add the extra necrotic damage, which does knock you to death's door. It does reduce you to 0, and you are knocked prone.
Yep.
Good lord, the second swing then, even better that it missed. He's just going to slowly hover around, turn towards you, Barry. But otherwise,
but look
pretty
at
much
this large polar bear.
I can hardly feel that thing. But your spell is starting to sting.
Ashanti, you're up.
Am I How far am I from Geist? Geist called me down. I told him I'd come down. How far away do I need to?
You hear him
adrenaline
here, like
dash?
below. No, you don't.
Okay.
You actually hear him below deck right here.
Okay. So he's not that far down then.
No. You could lower yourself down and drop to his level.
Okay, then I will do that. And
okay.
Oops, I went somewhere. Okay, and I'm going to say, okay, guys, because I'm still raging, so I am going to attack the pile of gold just to the side of the archer with my war axe, my first order made hand axe. So,
okay. You
gonna
can roll an attack.
Try to smash the ice.
With advantage.
Oh, good God. Okay.
You can roll with advantage. Yeah, because yeah. There's no reason why you can't reckless. No one here is here to attack you back.
Okay.
You might also just take a bigger swing. So a 14.
Okay.
Actually, not enough, technically. That exhaustion is...
I hit the wrong one. I hit my offhand one.
Oh. Well, it doesn't matter. That's still the same to hit.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
And then...
I think flanking for some reason. Anyway, it does impact the ice, but it doesn't leave a dent. Whatever made this frozen tomb clearly used the most hardiest of magic that you've never encountered before.
Okay. I'm still going to try with my second because I get dual wielding with the axes, right?
Yeah. You can again roll advantage. Okay, that one does hit.
Okay.
But it's at this point you realize quite literally the futility of it.
Okay.
Chipping is just, that's putting it lightly in how much time it's going to take to free up this ice and the treasure beneath it. I will tell you now, it's going to, you estimate it's going to take an hour to get through with an axe like this.
Then I'm going to ask Geist.
That's one layer.
Right. I'm going to ask Geist if he has any recommendations. Although he's upside down for some reason.
Yeah, that's because I've got my bullseye lantern pointed at it.
Oh, okay.
Geist sort of considers this for a moment. I mean, if we hit it with precise strikes at precise points, we might be able to get rid of it. We could also try to melt it, but it seems quite hardy. I was hoping we could get to where maybe getting to the treasure would be enough to maybe get the ghost's attention to get it off of them. But as that's potentially not gonna work.
Can we give me lever and a big enough lever and I can move the world? Can we try to lever it up and just carry it in mass?
It's fused to the boat itself. I just want to say it's fused to the boat.
Okay.
Yeah. Like something... You can see like the impact point of where the magic started and where the ice kind of spread out and shot across the pile and then fused itself to the wall.
Based on my estimations, does it look like the focus point is from the archer statue by any chance?
No, it is not.
Okay.
It's on the top of each layer, centered. Okay. What do you want to do, guys, though?
One last thought. If we're near the galley, can we light a fire, heat water, and see if the hot water will melt it?
It might do, but I mean, that's worth a shot.
It says it'll take twice as long using fire.
No, we're not using fire. We're using hot water. So we're
Right,
using.
but I count that as heating up the water, pouring the water on,
I
and
mean,
slowly melting it,
I mean,
which would take
from
just
a
normal.
I realise we're in D&D, but if you pour hot water onto a frozen windscreen, the windscreen will shatter.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering if that would work for the ice, but I know it's magic, so probably not.
I know. I know what you guys are saying, and you're using like useful logic. This is clearly some sort of magic ice that you've never encountered before until now.
We might need
something created this deliberately to safeguard this gold and prevent people from just coming along. And
I wonder if we kill the ghost, maybe that's going to do it then.
Ghost? What ghost?
The ghost that the others are fighting. I was trying to.
Meanwhile,
I heard shouting, but I realized that they were actually fighting something.
Yeah, but it's Geist hasn't had his actual turn, so I guess.
No, I know. But
Right.
You can fire off an Eldritch Blast while you're doing this.
Yeah, I'm just. Well, first things first, I'm just going to have my polar bear do its usual. Bitey claw.
Alright. Yep.
I know it's not doing a huge.
Chipping away.
Yeah. Then. There's only one thing for it. I'm gonna head over to the door, and I'm gonna go, right, kobolds, I'm not here to hurt you, but I need to get into that room so I can attack the floor above it. So hide if you want, but I'm coming in.
Why? You are undoing the rest of the hinges, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. They are all hiding.
Right. I'm sort of gonna listen and go, I'm just trying to think.
There's loads of barrels in the room.
Can one of you sort of knock on the floor roughly where there's a gap, and I'll try to make you an exit point?
Okay, you hear that from below. Barry, you go ahead.
Actually, I suppose the polar bear's impact on the floor would probably give me an idea.
6 or 7 before me.
Potentially,
yeah. But yeah, 6 or 7.
Sorry, my bad. Sorry, 6 or 7, go.
Okay. Yeah, same old thing. Hulla's not doing so well. Okay. Alright,
I can heal myself.
I can't heal you, so I don't know what you're trying to do.
Well, just attack him anyway.
I'm trying. I missed. I'm going back up.
We're running out of those, surely.
My Eldritch Blast, I'm gonna aim at him, but like at his legs, so if it goes through, it hits the floor exactly, cause a thud.
Okay, gotcha.
For guys.
Yeah. You actually see the captain's head is like whipping around, looking down at something else, and it's at that point you capitalize on his distraction and fiercely hit him with that 10 force damage.
Knocking him back 10 feet and slowing him down.
Momentarily distracted. Alright. Yeah, it's gonna be Hulla's go.
Yep. I'm going to cast Spare the Dying as a bonus action on myself.
Good.
To save myself, and I'm going to use the Warhammer, or get up, and then use the Warhammer on the longsword, on the one that I'm holding.
Ooh,
and
very
see if
nice.
I can destroy it.
Okay. Yeah, easily. The weapon was already brittle from the cold, and immediately shatters in two, and you see he's now just holding a kind of a hilt and a like a piece of shrapnel metal. He's like,
that was your main weapon, right?
He looks furious at you, Hulla. Oh, nothing boils my blood than destroying a pirate's booty. But someone else seems like they're doing much the same.
Greedy little mutineers below deck. And you start to see him basically falling through the floor. You get an attack of opportunity here, Hulla.
Yes, I do. Excellent. Let's target him first.
No, yeah, no flanking now. Okay, but you can hit.
Oh, 13 hits.
What the heck? How the
How
fuck
does
does that
13
hit? I have no clue. You should have at least.
His AC is
Should have at
higher than.
least
Oh
16
no,
H.
wait, because we took care of his buckler, so his AC was lowered, right? From.
Yeah, but it should be 16. I have no clue.
Unless it's lowered it because you destroyed his weapon as well somehow, but that would only make a 14 still.
No, it doesn't make sense. It's definitely a miss. It might have just bugged. But he ducks deep down beneath the floorboards, and you slam the warhammer again, thud, into the wood. And hello, Wealgeist.
Hi.
Oh, it's about time.
You see the creature, this ghostly form, lower itself into the decks below, tosses his weapon aside, and is looking not at you, but through the wall, and then passes straight through it.
You're going for the You're going for the treasure, aren't you?
And Ashanti, you can feel this cold kind of rippling up behind you. You turn to see this ghostly form rushing towards you, going to strangle your neck, but you had to dash to get anywhere. And yes, I know he's slowed by 10 feet, but with the dash he gets there. In fact, just gets there. That's 40 feet in total. Ashanti, it's your go.
What are you doing with my gold, hey? Step away. If you know what's good for you. Or you'll be keelhauled.
Why? We don't want the gold. We just want the statue.
Ain't parting with a single coin.
No, I'm not asking to part with the coin. I just want the statue. We need it for a special healing for an amazing woman who does not deserve to die the way she's dying.
What statue? What blasted statue are you on about?
He's looking around furiously.
The archer. We need the archer. See it over there in that? I just need that archer. Can you melt the ice and give me the archer?
He looks over at it, puzzled, and he's just confused.
Don't remember that piece being in there. Well, one of the boys must have picked it up in the... Well, it ain't mine.
Okay, then you shouldn't care. Can you melt the ice and give it to us, and we'll be on our way.
Why should I do such a thing for you?
Well, if it's not yours, then it doesn't count towards your hoard. But I will give you gold that you can add to your hoard if you give us the statue.
And the rest of you can get off my ship.
Yeah. So you get gold. You get gold. We get the statue, and everybody's happy.
Yeah, you can roll a persuasion check, and this is you're not persuading him necessarily that this is the deal, but rather whether he believes you about the rest of the party who are clearly out for blood.
I doubt very much Hulla would like to leave on good terms.
You know what? Hulla works for me. She'll do what I tell her to do. You melt this ice, give us the statue, and I'll tell Hulla to leave.
I'll see it when I believe it.
Guys, I think it's your go.
I can get the statue.
Fight what? Can't hear you.
You leave.
I can get the statue.
We gotta take care of the ghost first, though.
I'm negotiating with the ghost.
Ghost just
If you leave, I can get the statue. He'll melt the ice, give us the statue. I'll give him some gold, and we can leave.
Don't trust him. But okay.
Okay, that's my turn. I tried
Okay.
to installing to try to give
Yeah.
my team time to do whatever magic they were doing to stop them.
I see.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, it's working.
I'm
Sneak up
gonna
behind him.
quickly ask as I move towards him, ask the pale lady, does this guy need to die based on your whole vengeance, killing people, bad guys thing? Or re-die? You know what I mean?
This soul is cruel, cunning, and ruled his ship through fear instead of respect. You know what to do.
That's good enough for me. Short swords are finesse weapons, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just making sure that those are set to dex. Aha.
That's
why was
that's
that
a
an
hit. With sneak
advantage?
attack. I'm not sure. But
no.
take it.
I will take it.
You probably it's probably Ashanti. You know buying time and distracting him.
Yeah, and then follow that up with an
We're
offhand.
flanking, right? You're on one side, I'm on the other. We're flanking. Doesn't flanking count, or does it not count with ghosts?
Flanking's just a +2, not.
Yeah, it's flanking just a +2. Yeah.
But there you go. I've done some damage.
Regardless. Is some of that necrotic, or is that?
No, I can only do necrotic to a second target. With Welsh from the grave.
But it still take. Yeah, I gotcha. All right, well, it's wounded nonetheless. This pirate captain is looking pretty messed up as you backstab him.
Actually, do I have steady aim up still? No. Nope.
I'm not sure what it is. That's fine. 607.
Okay. I'm gonna lower myself to the room, and then he's not there anymore.
Right. Yeah.
He went down below.
Actually, sorry, one other thing on my turn. Can I have the polar bear start smashing through the floor to make a...
Can I enter the room now?
Yeah, 1 second. Yes, you enter the room. The polar bear is trying to claw the floorboards apart.
Please do.
I'm gonna say though, this is a sturdy ship, right? It's also covered in rime and tricky to like bust open. I'll be honest with you. You're gonna be faster for the polar bear to like climb out of a window and climb up than it will be to go through the floor.
Really? Wow.
Yes. Not everything is destructible scenery. It's just like toothpicks.
Yeah.
These are hefty boards. This is a ship made to survive.
I don't think the polar bear will fit out the window.
You can squeeze. It's a large creature, can squeeze through a medium
Okay,
space.
and the polar bear will, I guess, as seeing that the floor will try to climb up, I guess.
Yeah. He has a climb speed, doesn't he? No, he doesn't. Oh well, still. I think 6 or 7. As you climb in, you see the bear climbing out. It's like it knows something else. But yeah, I think they just told you.
I was on the bear.
All right, well, you're going with it.
Is he going up to you?
I was just like, oh, whoa.
Okay. Sorry, Julian. What did you want to do on your turn?
Well, where's the bear going? I'm gonna follow the bear, I guess.
Okay, comes around to this set of stairs and is trying to go down them.
Yep, I'll just be behind the bear.
Okay. Yep, fine with me. Cool. All right then. Barry.
I'm gonna start making my way off the bear and going down.
Gonna hop off. Alrighty.
Oh, I became a spectral being myself.
You can see the pirate captain somewhere down the corridor, down in the hull of the ship.
I'm gonna blast him.
Mm-hmm. It looks like everyone has advantage for some reason.
Yeah.
You know what? It really might be because you took out his cutlass and he has nothing to really parry the weapons with. I've no clue. Everyone's got advantage on this. Like, what the fuck? It's ridiculous. Ashanti was doing the help action by the looks.
Oh. Yep.
The automation is just allowing it.
That's my turn.
Can't.
I don't know what happened there. But...
There is little he can do anyway to fight back now that he's got no weapons. So, just as well this is sped up. Hulla, where are you going?
Okay, so can I get down to where the others are?
Yeah, you can move to here, climb up to here.
Climb up, and
then
make my way around.
That's right. It's gonna have to be a dash action to catch up to them, though. But, yeah,
I'm not. I
you can
don't need to
start
catch
making
up fully.
No.
Actually, well, I might as well, so that I'm close, so that I can get him on my next turn if I get one.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. I'll see you dash up to here then.
Okay.
Ice troll body in the way. All right. Back to Captain Blue Moon. This isn't the way I saw it happening. It was choices, choices, choices.
You should have taken my deal. You'd have taken my deal. We'd be out of here already.
I don't give a shit.
What was the deal? What deal? Ashanti, we were ringing deals?
I was gonna get him to give us the statue, and we'd leave him alone to molder in his pile.
What pile?
Of gold.
Oh, we want the gold. I want the gold.
He turns. He says, I'll give you an archer. Right here. Between the eyes. Ah! Blasted thing. Was never good with strings. Give me a flintlock any day, but this fucking thing. He does try to fire a longbow right into your face, but being in melee, he has disadvantage. He's gonna fire again. Yes, he did have a backup weapon. But I was never good with it. Couldn't hit the broadside of a galleon with this thing. Alright, well, no good. No luck there. Ashanti, your turn.
I don't have anything that's going to hit a ghost, and I know it. It looks like only magic is taking him down. So I.
Guys just stabbed him with a sword.
He did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then I am gonna say, Andy, help, and I am going to roll my halberd. Oh, for the love of Pete.
With flanking, that would be a hit, thanks to the disarming.
Okay.
From earlier, so 9 would then be reduced to 5. Yeah, so you swipe through him. Doesn't make impact on anything, but you see the form kind of being ripped up and torn away, like he's slowly losing control over his spectral entity. Okay, guys. Oh.
Sad for you.
Geist is just like slicey, enjoying this random advantage that I don't know where's coming from.
Nor do I, honestly, but it's almost as if he's lost the will to live.
Does he not have dark vision and we're in the dark, and I'm in the dark to him?
Oh my god, that's exactly what it is. Well done. He cracked it. He cracked the case.
My attack would have hit anyway.
Yes, it was. Yeah, right, it's fair.
There we go.
We'll say that earlier it literally was Ashanti distracting him with negotiations.
Not much.
With gold. The promise of gold was enough that he was clearly distracted.
And then Polar Bear's gonna come down the stairs.
Oh god, yeah.
I mean, don't let the Polar Bear have its fun.
That one misses. And that one hits, but not enough to take him down. So 607 is going to get the opportunity. There he is, Captain, staggering around.
I actually can't see him, but I would have my lights with me.
Oh, you should, because Geist has got a light on him.
I can't see anything.
You know?
Oh, is that him there? Oh, there he is. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry, I was just zoomed in.
Yeah.
I was just zoomed in. Never mind. But I would have a light with me.
Do it, 607.
That's fine. Captain always goes down with the ship.
See, I said that earlier.
What are you gonna? Oh no! Oh no!
Nice.
That 607 will be a killing blow.
Nice.
And how do you want to do this?
I'm just gonna run down the stairs behind the polar bear and not really think, and just sort of charge up one of my walking sticks as I'm running down the stairs and swing it around at him as soon as I sort of turn the corner. And that's that.
The final.
And that's the end of that story.
It is that ghost story, that is, as the form just bursts with this light. You just hear that kind of voice echoing away, just saying, "That ain't my treasure. But you'd be careful who you steal from. Someone else might have their vengeance." And that'll end combat.
By the way, 607, I know you're interested in the gold, but that room behind you is full of kobolds. Just in case you're interested. One of them might be Snorp.
Let's go.
Even better. Let's go to fucking war.
No, wait. Maybe they got a spell. If they're here to get the...
That's not
He ducks
fair.
under the barrel. He ducks under the barrel, Barry. He's in cover.
Alright.
There's very...
Hey, you little bastards, where are you?
Can't move my token for some reason, and it's gone.
Nice. I think it's because I'm on top of you.
I've gone invisible.
No one here.
Oh, there we go.
Are you, is that Snorp? Snorp, is that you?
No, this is Sneeze. Not
Inside.
Snorp.
Come out, Snorp.
Roll an insight check. Look, you don't want to mess with us, okay? We got friends in big, high places. That's definitely a Snorp. You can remember his strange, weird lisp.
Snorp, we've got friends in low places. We were traveling with a wizard. Can you melt that?
Snorp, do you have fingernails?
Yes. Yes, I have nails.
How
Barry,
much would you like me to pull them out one by one?
I was going to say something of the opposite. I was going to
Yipes.
persuade him out.
He's going to offer me extra nails? What was he going to say, Barry?
I was going to try and deceive him and just be like, yeah, we've been looking for you everywhere. We just wanted to make sure you're okay.
Oh, no. Last time you tried to hunt me down. Yes, I remember. There was fire and explosions.
Well, that's because you attacked us last time, but this time you haven't.
So you're saying there's a chance that I
the
live?
logic in that? What I'm saying is you haven't attacked us this time, so we haven't attacked you.
Yeah.
Do you want me to make a deception check?
Yeah, go ahead.
We're cold.
I'm gonna kill this guy.
We're tired. We're hurt. Do you have anything that can help?
We're so gonna kill this guy.
One of them pokes their head out and goes, "Hey, they seem pretty trustworthy to me."
Yes, see? We're okay.
Yeah, I get.
I pat him on the head. I'm just waiting for Snorps. See?
No, just me.
good friends. So if Snop, you want to come out and we can talk?
No, I'm good here actually. He doesn't seem to be swayed, and he knows he's the survivor. The other kobolds poke their heads out one by one, though. There's 3 of them that you can see.
I'm gonna go to where I saw the one hide in the corner.
Hey,
and
hey, who was I talking to earlier? I wanted to thank them for killing the ice troll.
See, exactly. We killed the ice troll for you guys. We're all good. And I'm gonna try and charm him with intimidating presence.
Can you see? Do you have to see him to be able to do that?
I believe so, but I've gone right up to where he was.
Actually, you don't. You don't have to see him.
I do that. Oh,
no,
each
this is
creature
10-foot cube.
10-foot cube.
Yeah. Okay, so wisdom save from him.
Yeah.
Look, it's really for your own good. I'm warning you. You don't want to lay a finger on us.
See, they failed.
He failed this time now. Yes, he does emerge, and he says, "Look, from a friend to a friend, if you touch any of that gold, Aventurus will destroy you all."
Who's Aventurus?
The great white worm.
Is that the worm?
That's her hoard in there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know when she's coming back, but she does always come back.
I whisper back to Seven, just like, "Are you ready?"
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We're her followers. We are her servants. If you kill us, she will not be pleased.
On a 2.
Any chance of negotiating with her will have gone out the window, and she will kill you. Do you understand?
And we go.
I'm telling you, as my best friend Barry, you would not survive this attack. This is your last warning. Aventurus will kill you.
Wait.
And you blow Snorb's head off.
Listen, guys.
Hulla, roll me a D100.
Guys, here's the thing. We have no issues against the other 3. It was just Snob.
They look stunned.
All
right.
I start to leave the room just like, yep, see, just Snob.
They look terrified. They're like, "You don't know what you've done. You doom us all." Snob was right. Aventurus, he worshipped Aventurus.
Help us melt this ice, and you can go. Don't help
You can't
us,
melt the ice of an ancient. You can't just. One does not simply melt the ice of an ancient dragon. That's her breath weapon right there. She froze it to make sure that naughty adventurers didn't steal it.
Yeah, but you're kobolds. You know how to get to it. We need that archer statue.
Can I insight them?
No. They're telling the truth. I'll tell you outright, because they were charmed.
Oh.
So they would have told you everything. Yeah, you charmed him. So you know he was telling the truth.
He deserved it, though.
Oh yeah, and you're gonna get what you deserve as well for killing him. So yeah, no, you don't need to make an insight. Oh god, I think I need to wrap it up here as well. I just realized it's way over the time. But if you want, you can start gathering up picks and weapons and whatever means you want to start melting the ice. You can, but it's just going to take an hour every time. And every time you take an hour, we roll a D100. I think you know what that represents now.
I think now that I know what it means that you just said that, I was worried about, what it means.
Mm-hmm.
Guys.
Uh-oh. Oopsie.
Like, I don't feel.
Well, we should just kill the witnesses then, to be sure. So they can't tell whatever.
If that's what
It's
you're gonna
a
do.
big pile of gold that's just sitting there. It's really hard to just leave it behind.
It is, but we need the statue.
We do need.
I mean, we need the statue, and
Do we need the statue?
We do
It's
need the
whole point of
statue.
quest. It's the whole point of the quest. The statue is what heals Danica.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I thought we were
Yeah, and it's on the second layer of treasure.
Oh no.
So how long would it take us to get it?
2 hours.
Oof. Well, I start chipping away.
Okay. Is that what everyone else is doing for the next hour?
Geist
Helping
is
chip away?
gonna. Yeah.
We forced the kobolds to chip as well.
yeah.
The rest of the time.
Geist
if you
is
don't want to die, you help.
Geist is going to be looking for trying to make you see in cartoons where they put specific marks in mason tools sort of chiseled to try to create a weakness in the ice sort of thing and break it quicker than just chipping away more trying to weaken it structurally basically rather than just brute force.
Yeah. Sure. It says using tools like miners picks or similar tools, characters can chip away. So in any case, whatever it is, whatever method it is, it's so thick, this ice created by, now you know, the breath of an ancient white dragon is proving the hardiest material we've ever come across. Now you realize why this isn't just normal ice and where you're like, can't break through this door. This is why. Oh yeah, and Barry found a goat. But we are gonna have to wrap up tonight's session because I'll tell you what. Before we go though, why don't you roll one more D100, Hulla, just as we're ending it up.
71.
Oh damn, that was close. Oh
what?
no. Okay.
I have a feeling it's 75 or higher. There's a 25% chance.
It's 69, obviously.
Yeah, that's it. It's gonna get 69. No. There is something of a percentage chance, yes. But either way, it looks like you're gonna get through the first layer, and I'll give you the treasure for that now. But after that, we are wrapping up. The first layer, you get 72 gold pieces, 181 silver pieces, 352 copper, and 2 pearls worth 100 gold pieces each. So
the pearls are kind of useful.
Does the kobolds help reduce time?
No, nothing you can do will reduce this time. No. It is so strong ice. Plus, I imagine everyone is working together to get to the gold. So you're chipping away, prying bits away. It's just ridiculous. This is. You want to know how much cold damage it is from a breath weapon? It's insane.
96,
even if it was even if it was you're chipping away with your damage, it's you're versus its breath weapon in damage of how much it is.
So is that 71 the first hour's roll, or is it the?
That's for getting the first hour's worth of treasure, the first layer.
Oh, it wasn't the 49. Was the first hour in the
Try
16
D8. No, that's the 71 is the first hour. This 49 was basically to conclude the exploration, the combat, and the role play with the kobolds and everything. It's been an hour since you got here and done everything. That was the end of the hour basically. And at the end of that hour, you just got to the first layer. Anyway, I do have to run. I'm really sorry, guys.
Yeah.
We have to wrap up here. Take care, guys. See you all next week. We're having a little break. So.
Yep.
Enjoy your Easter. Have a great Easter, everyone. We'll be back on the 7th.
All right. Bye for now.
Well,
bye.
Bye.
Bye.